there we go. Hello, everybody. I
Hey.
just realized that I have Glories here. I forgot to switch out Kim and Glories.
You
How dare
okay?
you?
It's fine.
Oops.
Glory will be here in spirit.
Fine, I'm just embrace my inner tiefling. It's fine.
Now me and Brahman are really close together.
Let me fix that real
The best
quick.
of friends.
There we
Yeah, we
go.
talk so much. I
Yeah.
know your last name.
Yeah.
Do any of us know Bronwyn's last name?
No.
No,
I don't think
like,
so.
like,
No,
Like,
I
I
don't
don't
think
think
so.
Psyche
here knows a single person's last name except Piper because Piper
That's-
says it all the time.
because they are Captain Blackwood. That's what they call themselves.
Wow, Frederick introduces his full name every time.
Can't wait for us to get into an academic city and for everyone to start calling me Dr. Lightbrand.
I mean, you got a taste of it at the
We got a taste of it as a spy.
yeah. Yeah. So, welcome everybody to our session 12 of Secrets of Renala. Who knows what sort of antics our players are going to get up to today. Yeah, we're only at 12. But hey, this is
So much longer.
it does a little bit. But you know, you guys were spent 2 months on a boat, so or more than 2 months.
That, though.
I know,
4 months.
Yeah.
Even without that, though.
But let's do a little bit of a recap as to actually no, let's do some bookkeeping things. So we have continued or started uploading videos once again to the YouTube channel. Things are just 1 week behind right now. They'll come out every Tuesday at 2 p.m. Eastern time, 1 p.m. Central time. For those who are interested, if you are wanting to catch up, next time we skip a week, things will then just kind of move to being completely caught up there. We're just kind of trying to release once a week to keep some sort of regularity with things there.
Speaking of skipping a week, I don't think we're doing next week, are we?
I believe, are we missing 2 people next week?
I'm one of those people, so I think so.
Yeah, it'd be
Depends
Lynn
on whether or
and Kim.
not Dan gets back.
So
Yeah.
if we're missing 2 people, then we'll be probably skipping next week. But we'll be back the week after, and then all of our YouTube videos will be caught up to our streams. So that'll be nice. So I believe that's it I have for bookkeeping here. This episode is not brought to you by anybody other than us. So with that in mind, let's get through the recap. So last week we began our journey, or continued our journey rather, from a howl in the night or a yip in the night potentially. And with that yip in the night, our adventurers woke up and at the rather pushy behest of Glory went out into the nightly forest and searched for the cause of the disturbance. Your group found a pool of blood, and it seemed rather fresh, and it was human blood. And so you guys kind of continued searching around looking for stop. I looked over and I can't
paying attention.
I'm sorry. I look over at the chat and I just happen to see that and I can't help but laugh when I see that. You guys continued on searching and eventually found your way upon a bleeding individual kind of crawling on the ground running from something. Stealthily, one of your party members healed this individual who was in the midst of near bleeding out, and saved him from death. And as he kind of stood up and ran, you guys saw the perpetrators, or in Piper's case, heard, as these large black and like crimson red foxes came up behind, like from behind, and pounced on the group. Your group managed to fend them off narrowly, not before several of you went down at different points, or nearly went down.
Hit point.
Yep. And you guys managed to defeat them. Upon defeating them, Saikir had a few sort of realizations as the bodies of the foxes kind of shrank back to their previous form, leaving out this like black ooze all over the ground that kind of absorbed into the ground, and kind of placed that these werewolves, or if I could say werewolves, fuck, these ever since Dan said like werewolf / werefoxes last week, I've had it in my mind and I could not fix it. But besides the point, these foxes kind of shrink back to the size, kind of realized that these foxes kind of went through the same sort of transformation that cats had gone through to become displacer beasts. And so there was some realizations there. I apologize. I did not have do not disturb on Discord, so if we heard some pinging, that is my bad. But that's where we left off as the group returned back to the city, and I say city, a little hamlet, and several of you were getting breakfast. I believe Piper was getting breakfast, as was Dimitri, the individual you saved. Glory is also, I believe, getting breakfast.
Pretty sure Piper was getting those crates of cider.
Yeah,
Yes.
Dimitri is the dude that makes the cider.
Yeah, Dimitri's the
Yeah,
dude
I
that makes the
think that's-
cider.
I don't think I actually got a hold of them yet.
No, he said he was like, I need to eat first.
Yeah.
and then you said, I'll get some food too, I think is what you said. You guys also got some items. A cloak and a bag of holding. So
God, it's so early.
Forgot we had the bag of holding, and then Miri said we are not giving that to
The
we're
glory.
not giving that to Glory.
fair.
That was the agreement.
Who has the bag of holding?
No one does.
It's just kind
Glory
of
has been no one possesses it yet.
Currently, it is somewhere with someone.
Can I reasonably get it from that someone?
if you just want to say that you grabbed it.
Yeah, I'll have grabbed it.
I
When
probably
I-
grabbed the cloak.
Okay.
When I get the chance, when we actually get to the back to the place that serves breakfast, I don't want to say inn because it's like a house. It's like a fucking Airbnb.
It's called Cape's Comfort.
Yeah, Cape's Comfort. I want to ask, would I know how about bag of holding works?
You would. You've seen one
Okay.
before, yeah.
So I reasonably know turning it inside out, all it does is makes it to where everything goes out of it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that. I want to see what we've got.
You open it and turn it inside out.
An
And
entire fucking semi truck comes out of the house.
a spaceship from another galaxy far, far. No. That was yesterday. But you guys, you turn that out and nothing.
Can I make sure it's like
Nothing comes out.
Empty.
I'll flip it right back the way it goes. I'll hold on to it for now, unless anybody else wants to put some stuff in it.
If no one has objections, Psyche's probably not wearing the cloak yet. If no one has objections, might I hold on to the cloak?
I see no reason not to.
Awesome. by next session, I will have added that to Psyche's your list of items. So, yeah.
Cool magic item.
We'll probably work on replacing his current cloak with the new one.
It's nice. It's a pretty nice cloak. It's very soft. Unless you activate it, in which case it becomes a bit more rigid.
Probably not. I'm just putting it on.
Yeah. But right now it's like
used
satin.
We used detect magic on this stuff, right?
No. I believe you just asked the guy for what it was. What the items were.
So
We figured it out somehow, is what I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, the man told us.
I'm here for breakfast.
The lady seems to like there are actually a couple other people in here now. It's early morning. People are like coming in for their breakfast before they have their hard day's work ahead of them. And it's like barely dawn. Like you can just sort of see the orange on the horizon. But a lot of the people here are farmers, and farmers get up fucking early. So people are, wide awake, not necessarily like loud and wide awake, but people here are awake. Of the 3 tables that are here, 2 of them are just full of just people kind of talking.
Yeah. I'll flag down the lady who's like serving people. Ask for.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. What does it kind of get you, hun?
Surprise me, and a glass of that cider.
Can do. She just kind of nods and like turns back, and like you can see the kitchen that she has kind of set up from here, because it's again like it's just somebody's like dining room that has been turned into like a little bit of a restaurant / cafe / something or other. But yeah, she has like a little stovetop with a metal plate that's just kind of laid down on it, with like a grease trap, and she's just kind of like next to that is where she cuts everything, and you can see like the mix of like like very very fresh like pork, like a large slab of pork meat, with nice marbling on the fat. And she's like cutting it into like thin, not like super thin slices. It's more like Canadian bacon than like what we typically think of as bacon. And she's like laying those out onto the sort of metal plate top.
I can't believe you bring up Canadian bacon when the Canadian isn't here.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
Dan should have been here. No, I'm joking.
Maybe we'll summon him.
One of you guys can save some bacon. Actually, Glory will have some Canadian bacon anyway.
It's here with us in spirit.
Yeah.
Fred
At
will
this
also
at
get
this
some
point,
bacon as
you
well.
just
Gotcha.
you just pull them into the call. It's like introduce your characters. They
Yeah. So Frederick is also getting some.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You also see that she pulls out some eggs. They don't look like chicken eggs, actually, that she's pulling out, but she's got like they're actually like very clearly like they're different sizes, different colorations. They're very real.
Some like hawk eggs and whatnot.
No, they're actually I would say probably more like quail eggs.
Interesting.
Hawk eggs be super small.
I was gonna say it was like tiny.
Yeah,
Yeah,
quail eggs are
Bad
tiny.
blood,
Quail eggs are pretty small, but she uses what she has. So she like cracks open a bunch of them
Mhm.
for one person. they're like, thankfully she's pretty good at it, you can tell, so like there's no eggshell. But like if somebody else was trying to make an omelet out of a half a dozen quail eggs,
Yeah,
they
you wouldn't
would
be able to make an omelet out of
definitely
that, it'd just be scrambled.
it would be like, but there would also be a shitload of eggshell in it because most people are bad.
Do they get that one hand opening technique?
Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah, you can tell like she was probably the best like cook in town, which is why this works. But she's doing that. She's just kind of doing everything right now. Like while the eggs are getting done, she's poured like some cream into it, so it's like it's a softer, like more pulled together egg instead of like really falling apart. She plates up some of that weird bacon and pours from like a little spout some of the cider into some cups, and comes over and starts kind of dispersing it amongst the group, which there's only 4 at a table, and Dimitri's at the table, Fred's at the table, and I think Glory also went. Did Bronwyn go back to the ship, or is Bronwyn here?
No, she would have gone for food probably.
Okay. So you've actually got no table, unless you
Cool.
sit with like there's maybe like an empty spot at one of the table with the townsfolk.
Yeah, Piper was probably sitting with Dimitri. They probably sat down right next to him when
Yeah.
we got in here.
Yeah. But if you want, you can sit Bronwyn or Ferritin or Psyche, if any of them want. There's one extra spot left in the.
Psyche will probably opt out because Psyche didn't have good experience with the eggs and bacon last time he ate, so he's probably just like, it's fine.
Okay.
I don't need to
So
eat.
sad.
Ferret has the good berry.
Would
Okay.
you rather have me
That's
dump
also
an
so
obscene
sad.
amount of spices on bacon and eggs?
I'm seriously considering making Ferret a vegetarian.
How much would this breakfast be?
This breakfast, she's only gonna charge you 2 copper.
That's fine.
Uh-huh.
It's cheap.
And I give her a very generous 10 silver tip.
Fuck.
What?
Piper throws their money
gold.
around.
Yeah, she's like,
Yeah?
you don't need. Thank you, but you don't.
It's for the trader.
Thank you.
Psyche sees
This
that. I'll
is
like
the person that they talked to about the cider before, right?
Yeah.
if Psyche sees you do that, he'll like shoot you like a raised eyebrow and be like, "Aren't you low on funds?"
I mean, yeah, but if I can use them to do a good thing, I'm gonna.
You're thank you so much. And she just like actually just gives you like a nice like little half hug from the side before going back. Yeah. You can what's your passive perception?
Mine?
Yeah.
It's pretty good. It's a 15.
15? Anybody's passive perception, I would say 15 or above. You'd be able to like look at the walls and you'll see that there's like portraits of a small family, which would be this woman, a man, an older man, and then a smaller kid. And you have not seen them here in the entire town. And there was extra bedrooms upstairs. Just as a something you could notice.
Oh, my passive perception sucks.
Same.
Fair. But Piper,
I don't wanna ask anything, but I guess I know what
Yeah,
happened.
I can infer.
There's some good bacon. I don't know shit.
But yeah, that's just something that your character could notice.
Makes
Um,
makes Piper a little sad, but it also makes him feel a little better for, trying to be helpful.
yeah. The rest of the meal, like, people start to like shuffle out since they were here. They were just in the midst of eating when you guys arrived. One of them just kind of pats one of, like, whoever's probably like the closest to the door on the shoulder. Who would have been the last one and probably got the one closest to the door? So probably, it seems like Piper went straight there. I don't know. You can say it's just Fred. Pats Fred on the shoulder. Thanks to your group for doing a good thing from what I'm hearing. You guys are all right.
My voice is dying. It was no issue.
You need some water.
No. All right. It was no issue of us to help. I'm glad they yipping tonight for us to come help them out.
Well, Claudius here appreciates it, so.
Are you Claudius?
That's the name of the hamlet.
I forget.
He just is like, yeah, it's fine. It's just the name of the hamlet. Oh, have a good rest of your journey wherever it takes you guys.
Piper will, once they actually get their food, very quickly finish it. And then get up and head to the ship because I really need to take a rest.
Not fair.
I haven't slept yet.
Demetrius says, I'll bring it to
I didn't get to do my long rest.
I'll bring the cider to the port. Or to the docks.
Yep.
So, if there's anything else anybody wants to do in the town, before heading back to the boat. Okay.
Not particularly.
No, not really. Yeah.
Really? Nope.
I know I made plans last time, but I don't really need to do them yet.
Just want to load up the cider, and that's about it.
Gotcha. He will come and bring a relatively big crate filled with 25 bottles. It's 5x5x5 filled up with the bottles of the cider.
Uh-oh.
Could you give that to me in like text?
I guess it'd be a 5x5. My bad. Of cider.
The exact like numbers of bottles. I have a plan with these.
It's 25 bottles.
25 bottles. Okay. Cool. Yep, I've got a plan for these. I'll let you in on it.
Gotcha.
In a second here, Zoe.
Alrighty. I just realized a 5x5 of bottles, but a 5x5x5 of bottles would be 125 bottles, and you're not getting that much.
We are getting
It's
a
25.
low crate amount.
Yeah.
It's a big old crate.
It's nice though. As you guys are like, he sets them down. Thank you guys so much again for saving me out there. I'm constantly surprised by the kindness of strangers.
Mm-hmm. It's the right place, the right time. We should be returning back on our trip at the very least.
Well, if you
Probably buy the next batch.
well, if you come on your way back, I'll pay for your stay at the Cape's Comfort.
Pay for the stay, I'll pay for the drinks.
Sounds good. You all take care now.
Will do.
Mm.
Carry on.
He just kind of waves and then starts walking on back up the dock towards the hamlet. All right.
Right. If if that would be all, I think we should start making our way back up to Essentia.
Yep. Go back looking for the insane man.
All right. So you guys start, packing everything up and unfurling the sails and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, Ferret's gonna crash.
Okay. I'm assuming Piper's sleeping, right? This
Yeah.
is technically okay. Yeah, this is early morning. Uh, uh, Bronwyn, are you well rested here?
Sure, why not?
You wanna this is Saf. You wanna help me get us moving here?
Sure. I don't know a thing about boats, except for I've been on them. But
Okay.
yeah, sure.
Well, just
Piper didn't teach Bronwyn. She's one of the few.
well, if you just and she starts saying a bunch of stuff you just don't understand. He just like pull down like blah 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 blah. Like I don't know a bunch of sea lingo, so I'm not gonna.
Start speaking in Simlish.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you just point me where to go?
Sure.
Because I have no idea what you're
So,
saying.
so like stand there and like tie this knot and do this thing, and she explains it in more layman's terms the second time.
Okay.
Reciting the
excellent.
Jabberwocky.
It's funny. I think it's funny how much it was a bit easier for Piper to teach people.
Saf is, I think it's even funnier because Saf has I believe a higher charisma, so but she still is kind of a little bit not. I mean,
has a higher charisma.
Saf has a high charisma. I mean, she's a paladin.
That's a
Yeah,
paladin.
that's fair.
This high?
But also,
Sometimes.
Piper just has a natural affinity for this stuff.
Yeah.
Wink, wink. Sorry, I just thought it was kind of funny.
You're good. So, I'm not gonna it takes you a little bit longer, just the two of you doing this, especially with one untrained. But eventually, everything seems sorted out, and you guys start moving. And Saf is kind of captaining at this moment, in Piper's stead, moving you guys towards Essentia.
Love to think that Piper didn't even know we were gonna start moving.
Yeah.
They're just out.
I mean, yeah, for sure. But yeah, you guys start moving. Is there anything the people that do not need to sleep are doing?
I mean, I'm still resting, though.
Is there, yeah, fair, but is there anything you're doing in the meantime?
Not really.
Fair.
Maybe I went to go put the bone in the bag of holding.
Gotcha.
That's about it.
Rifle.
I don't really need to keep
Piper's
that on me.
pockets.
Mm-hmm.
Just in their sleep.
Is
I'd probably put it in there right before you went to bed. I probably hugged on your sleeve, like, wait, hold on.
Bone.
is there anything Bronwyn is doing in this downtime in the early morning here?
I don't think so. Maybe just observing Saf to try to learn how to be more helpful in the boat.
Fair. Yeah. Fair. It's a pretty calm morning. It's rather, stunning just seeing how everything is beyond the very, very distant mountains. You can see kind of off to the side is actually no, the sun would not rise from there. Oops. sun would rise technically from the south, because you guys are a bit north of the equator. So, but either way, the sun kind of reflects beautifully off of the water here, and you can see the sunlight kind of bathe the mountains in the far distance with like a nice orange. And as the rest of the day kind of progresses, everybody else can start to wake up and do their thing. If there's anything anybody wants to do while you continue your trek.
Are we moving already?
Yeah. Saf is moving, you guys.
Good. Let's go.
Yeah, if everyone gets their rest, I would like to head out. Take a look at the map. Specifically, I wanna take a look at Essentia.
Okay.
Sorry, I always pronounce it wrong.
Sure.
Anything of note, just looking at the city's layout?
So Essentia is built on sort of a very rocky area that overlooks it's basically a series of cliffs near the shore of the Lake of Azurdon. And so it's actually rather high up, and it kind of gets lower the farther from the shore you go. So it's like you walk up a hill to then look over the lake. And there are numerous sort of kind of crevasses and I would say openings from other streams that lead through cracks in the area to kind of feed into the Lake of the Azurdon in this area. What that does is that creates a kind of an odd sense of verticality in the city, or rather in the town / city. It's not tiny, but it's definitely not even nearly as big as Stratum or I believe Stratum is the one that you've been to, and certainly not as big as Moonhold. It's, I would say, somewhere in the realm of like 300 to 400 buildings. So it is definitely a city, just a small one, kind of borderline city town. Some places of oh, sorry, were you gonna say something?
I think it's gonna be related to this, but I was gonna ask, is there anything of note that the map is specifically directing towards?
Nothing that the map kind of displays just a couple of interesting things. It's not necessarily saying like
times when I've like needed something at a specific stop.
Yeah.
You know?
So yeah, like you've talked about, I believe, briefly talking about like where could you get work? You're wanting to make some money potentially. And so you get like there is
Supplies as well.
Yeah. So there is essentially, there's a couple of stores that kind of get highlighted, like, hey, there's the general store. There is like a bosun's like carpentry shop, which is like for boats, so like boat supplies, that sort of thing. You would imagine though that this might be like primarily more for fishing boat vessels, but you're not quite sure.
Okay.
There's also other things of interest. There is the town hall, which is, so the city is almost kind of like the town hall is at the top of the hill that overlooks that is on the cliff that overlooks the Lake of the Uzerdon. And it has kind of the city moves radially from that in like a several increments. So there's kind of different main streets that things go down. It highlights that you're not quite sure, but it just wants to kind of call that out to you. There are also there's also the shipmaster's hut that gets highlighted, just as a place that maybe if you're wanting to do like boat work, like unloading, offloading supplies, that sort of thing. Maybe if that was something more to your fancy. And then finally, the last place it sort of highlights here is the sort of town square, which is not located in front of the town hall. It's actually located more down the sort of central street that is one of the three main radial streets that comes off of away from the town square, or from the town hall. And it's about halfway down that, so it's kind of middle-ish of the city, but not quite the direct middle of the city. And that's just the main places it highlights for you.
Cool. I'll keep that in mind, and Saf's probably been at the helm for a while, so I'll take her place, and that's pretty much all I want to do.
Yeah. She just kind of gives you a thumbs up. She actually still has like some cuts and stuff on her, and she's like, I'm just gonna go to rest and maybe tend to some of these wounds.
Yeah.
And she'll just kind of walk past and head down.
On my way out of my room, I would have grabbed the True Meridian.
Gotcha. She's gonna
And
pass out in the hammock.
Yeah, very fair. I would like to direct the wind to the west.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep, the west. Make sure the sails going straight forward.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's easy enough.
And that's it. I was gonna say that's my turn, but it is my turn.
Is there anything else anybody wants to do on the deck here?
I can't think of anything to do right now. I'm just kind of waiting for us to get to the city, for us to get to Essentia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I do want to ask, what is the current like? Is the current in our favor, or the current wouldn't matter?
It's pretty still, relatively. Like, it's not completely still, obviously, but
I think I remember Brad said something like last time with how small the ship is, it wouldn't affect.
Yeah, depends on the ship's keel and what's going on, but it factors, but like in a different sense of like direction which way you're going.
Yeah.
'Cause you can never go straight in a boat. You always veer a little bit, but that's just being very micromanaging about sailing.
Yeah, after maybe it still would take some time. Let me double check the distance here that would be required, because it is a fair amount. Yeah, so this would still take you guys would push into the night, like probably late night before you were to arrive into Essentia, if that's something that you guys want to do.
I'm fine with it. I slept during the
Yeah, I'm
day.
good with
I'm
it,
willing
so.
to go all the way.
Okay.
We can just grab an inn while we're there.
Alrighty. Well, after maybe another 18 or so hours at sea, or not sea, at lake, Is that what they say? I wonder if that's what they say when you're on like
When
the
you're
Great
On
Lakes,
the water.
like on the yeah. It's like you're at lake. Just sounds
They
so
don't
funny.
say you're at lake.
Hey, you're at lake.
Yeah.
So
I
I think it'd probably be like just on the water.
yeah.
Yeah, you're on. Yeah.
When you're on the water. You know what? This is my world. They say at lake.
I hate
At
your
the
world
wa-
now.
I think probably more in line with at the waters, plural.
Yeah.
'cause- Yeah.
So eventually you guys do make it. You actually reason, like, you guys see it from afar, like a good ways away, because at the top of the cliff where the town hall is, in the what seems to be a tower near the front part of the town hall, you see this like beautiful, it illuminates in the darkness here because of what's atop it, but you see this like beautiful white spire that kind of goes up, and then at the top is a large sort of blue, like I would say like almost like it's opaque, but it's like sapphire blue rock with these stunning like cyan sort of cracks that like kind of curl throughout it, and from those cracks this light radiates out that's in this rock at the top of this spire, and so it actually acts as sort of a lighthouse, just but not directional in like most lighthouses lights are. It just irradiates this light out. It's not like bright to the point that it would like if somebody had their windows closed and their drapes closed, you would be able to like it would look like it was daylight outside, but it is definitely bright enough that in the dead of night here you can absolutely see it ahead of you. And it does help you be like, oh wait, we're need to not hit the docks.
Yeah. I'll make sure we're. Who else is awake with me?
What time is
Ferret
it?
would be awake.
It's probably
probably.
around 1 a.m.
I
1
don't care if I
a.m.
wake people
It's
up.
late.
I don't care if I wake people up. Anybody who's able to hear it, I just shout, "All right, ready to dock."
Saf is like, okay.
Yeah, I guess after like a full day of just resting, Fred can get up too from that.
I'm gonna try and help as much as I can with my short arms and stubby legs.
Fair. Yeah. So, with all of the crew at attention here, you guys are managed, like, do get to dock. There are a couple of larger ships here, including one vessel that is kind of off to the side, like far to the side of the docks, and then you realize probably why. It is floating about a foot off of the surface of the water.
I see.
Because it is one of the astral holes.
Can we get a better look at this ship, or would it be too dark?
It's a little dark right now. There are lanterns on it and on the docks here that let you kind of view some of the things here, but if you wanted to get like a full silhouette of the ship, you would not be able to. At least with how dark it is right now. But
Mental note of it.
other ships here, there are definitely some merchant ships that are stopping here. But it's rather quiet right now. It's not quite, it's definitely larger than Clavius, the little hamlet you were in, as far as like the docking presence is. Like there are, as opposed to the, I think, 5 or 6 ships, like small fishing vessels that were in Clavius, there are probably about 24 fishing vessels, ranging from like the smaller size up to like a medium, more of a medium vessel. some even
Ships
like
around the size of this one.
yeah, ships around the size of this one.
I'm sure mine could even pass for a fishing ship if it didn't have the cannons on it.
Yep, it's pretty accurate. As you guys do dock, there is what looks to be a shard mine that is approaching. Kind of, this one is more of a like amber-ish color, and a little bit rounder at the features than most shard mines that you've seen.
Insight to see if this is another changeling.
That's a hell of a roll.
Roll me an insight. Yeah, totally.
11.
This could be a changeling, maybe.
You're,
No.
You're not sure.
Are you a
firing
changeling?
I'm
against
gonna
you.
keep a wary eye.
Okay. This one has sort of like a, I'm trying to, well, not like they have more practical looking clothes on, not like, nothing really heavy, but like, a tunic and stuff, just and some like gloves, like work gloves, and yeah. Most shard mines, some shard mines wear pants, some don't because they don't really have anything. So yeah, it's rather normal looking shard mine other than the sort of weird coloration. Actually, it's normal coloration, but the weird sort of rounded features.
Once
But
we're
has a
all
clipboard.
tied up, all ready to be settled, I'll step up to the shard mine, give him a small nod.
Are you planning on docking here for the night?
Yes, we just had quite the journey down the river.
Interesting.
On a official business. So if we could keep this discreet, maybe off records. And I want to slip him. Normally it'd be what, like 5 silver?
Yeah, about that.
I'll slip him 10. No, I'll slip him a gold instead, because I have a golden. And also, if my bad reputation feat would have anything to do with this, of being able to get away with minor crimes.
He kind of looks you over. Kind of looks at the ship and like the group here.
Saf's here. She's an Orientalist. I might sell it a bit.
He looks a little like he kind of like squints a little, just like looking at you. For the night, sure.
Thank you.
If you stay any longer, you're gonna need to do some paperwork.
Fully understand. Let me turn back to the group. Shall we?
Sure. Let's go find a late inn.
Trying to remember. I saw one on the map, right?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you saw.
I didn't have my book on me, so I wasn't writing them down, but I will change that now. As we go to them. So yeah, if I remember where the inn is, I'll lead the group to it.
You're able. It's there's one like really close to the docks here. It's right up sort of like there are a couple stairwells that let you get up to the tops of the cliff sides here. And it's at the top of one of those kind of built into the stone here. Maybe it like you make it to the nice like very ornamental stairwell, and then turn and you'll see the sort of one of the main radial streets here, and then in front of you. Let me find the fucking name of this inn again. This was Ridge's Nest. Ridge's Nest.
Ridge's Nest.
Yep.
Like
Like a
ridge,
yeah, like
Buffalo
a
sandwiches.
yeah, or like like ridge is in
Like American
a
Yeah.
as in you are at the top of a ridge.
Yeah, the nest of the ridge. Ridge's Nest. All right.
It's rather quaint, kind of packed into some of the other buildings here. A lot of the buildings, at least near this kind of not necessarily downtownish area, but like the more central part of the city, most of the buildings here are probably around 2 to 3 floors. Like there's no really single floored building here in this area. Reminds you kind of a little bit of the Moonhold Docks area, but the Moonhold Docks area, it was like the average was like 4 to 5 stories tall. It's a little bit taller, but not, it still gives the sort of similar vibe.
Yeah.
And it's kind of packed in here next to a couple of other sort of shops that are nearby. But you guys can head on in, unless there's anybody that is not going in to the inn, and anybody staying back on the boat.
No, never to the brick apart yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should head inside.
Yep. As we head inside, I'm just gonna look at the rest of the party. I'm gonna go, very well. If you don't mind, I will pursue my lead here in the city. If anyone would like to accompany me, I'd be most grateful for it. But
Right
I
now,
will
Ferriton?
only I will pursue it tomorrow. However, I will ask for information tonight.
I can join you on that tomorrow. If you believe you
Just
ever have
letting
to
everyone
lead it,
know.
or maybe maybe I've said it and don't recall.
Your lead is meeting the Dragonborn, correct?
Correct. Shadowcast.
That is not here.
That isn't here.
That is not here?
That is in
We
Cassini.
still have like
Oh, that
another
was in
week before we get
Cassini.
there.
Okay, I thought it was in Essentia for some reason. Well,
No,
they
this
might
is
know
just a
something
stop on
about
our
him.
trip.
He's somewhat of a
Wouldn't hurt to ask around.
professor.
If we're taking the day to look into things tomorrow, then
Very
I
well.
may try to do some work, get us some coin.
I will sell something tomorrow as well, but I do not need anyone to accompany me for that.
There is likely a library of sorts here, yes?
I believe so, yes. It should be. It's a big city.
Perhaps it's not very important, but if it would be alright, I would like someone to accompany me to the library.
Well, if you're fine with waiting for me to sell my ruby, then I can join you.
That would work.
Very well. And I'm gonna go up to the innkeep.
Yeah. The innkeeper
Yeah, I
here.
was also planning on going up.
The innkeeper here actually seems to be like, none of you probably could ever have imagined this particular subspecies to exist until you look at it, or look at them. It seems like what would be a normal human woman, but like she's not made out of like flesh. She's actually made out of, like, you guys have seen some of the the sort of plasmoid species,
Oh,
actually kind of made out of that sort of material.
goop.
Yeah, kind of like goopy. Um, and there's just kind of this woman. She's just kind of like reading, and seems to be reading a book, and has like a pen that she's using to turn the page, and like where she has kind of set her elbow, it's like leaving like a little like a little slime on the.
She seemed like she's fun just from a first glance.
She might be. She's kind of she seems like somewhat chill. Um, she's got like her hair is kind of, well, hair looking material. Is kind of just rolling kind of off of her shoulders, question mark, and kind of sticking to her like front chest.
Yeah, I will, while joining Ferritin, say, I'd say good evening, but I think it might be a bit too late for that.
Sorry, I hadn't noticed you all come in. Is there something I can do for you?
Rooms?
Oh,
I
yes.
think?
How much for a room?
Rooms here, it's pretty late night. I mean, if it's just for tonight, I'd put it at 2 silver per room per night. For tonight
And
at
how
least.
much? And how much does a room fit? How many beds?
Right now, I think we have 3 2-beds available, 2 one queen size, and 1 suite that's available. And the suite has a king sized and has a
Just
nice,
take
it's the top floor.
Why not just take the 3 2-beds? There's wait, and maybe a suite for Seth.
Huh? Zap is like, what?
You know, privacy.
I mean, we all been sleeping on the same boat for a while.
Sure. Yeah.
Very well. I
If you'd rather
will.
share it with me.
I'm
They give Seth a wink, and then just turn back to the barkeep.
Saf like lingers and is like, oh.
I'm just gonna put
That is
2
the
silver
exact
down,
reaction.
and I'm gonna go. Who would like to bunk with myself and Quart?
I'll take you up on the offer.
Very
Make it
well.
simple.
And I'm just gonna put the 2
actu-
silver down.
Actually, I may have some questions to ask you about.
Who are you
Well,
talking to?
It's up to you. But
who are you talking to? Me?
you, yes.
Me, yes. Well, I'd say you two can figure it out between yourselves.
Yeah, I mean, if the captain has questions, I'm okay with that. I can sleep with someone else.
You have a 15% passive perception, Piper. You'll notice that Saf seems actually a little disappointed now. She's like, oh.
Lie to me.
You gotta keep them on their toes. Right. Just let me know when you're ready to go up to the room, and I'll.
Well, I am pretty tired right now. I might go up immediately if
I'll meet
that's
you
all
up
right.
there.
Very well.
Can I take a drink to bring up?
Sure, as long as you don't, get it on the heading.
Sure.
I'm just gonna grab the keys then and go up.
Ale, what are you looking for? Like any... And she hands the keys to Barrington.
All right.
Whiskey if you have it.
Oh yeah, we got some whiskey. Sure.
Whole bottle.
Okay. Nice stuff, bottom shelf, or you want the fun stuff, top shelf?
We'll go bottom shelf for now.
Pulls out sort of like it almost looks like a large, like very like thin-necked potion bottle, and she just kind of sets it on the table with she just gives you 2 glasses in case you want 2 glasses. So top shelf.
Yeah, I'll take those.
That'll be 5 silver. It's a pretty expensive, you know.
I can afford it.
Even bad whiskey is pretty expensive.
Yeah, I will give her 5 and leave a tip of 2 so it evens me out to 90.
Actually, she just nods.
Gotta be nice. I tip people.
Yeah, fair
But
enough.
yeah, I'll take the glasses, take the bottle, head up to the room.
Okay.
Don't know if anyone else wants to do anything, so I'll...
Is there any who else is so you know, Glory will take a room. I will have
I'm sure you will.
Mm-hmm.
let me quickly go and subtract the 2 silver.
Oh, rich as Dan.
He makes sure that okay, yeah, we're good. All right, if there's anybody that wants to room with Glory.
No. Not if I can help it.
Fair. Yeah, he gets a room then. Now there are 3 of you. And his Sap is like, I guess I'm getting the suite? Question mark.
Zap, you want a room buddy at the very least.
Sure. 1 silver each.
Sure.
Okay. She puts in a silver.
Same as well.
Okay. And then that would leave Bronwyn and Sekir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two who don't need to sleep.
Yeah. Brown's just gonna put the 2 silver on the table.
Do we
for the-
even need a room?
I mean, no, but unless you just
Yeah.
want to hang out on the ship like a weirdo.
Or you want to hang out in the lobby just
Or
to
yeah.
watch
Hang out at a table all night.
Hang
Multiple
out
of
on the
us have
ship like a
slept on the
weirdo.
ship multiple
Mm.
times.
Meanwhile, for the past like 3 days, Ferret and Bronwyn and Psyche hanging out on the ship
I've
like
not hung out on
weirdos.
the ship
Okay.
at all in the past
To be
3
fair,
days.
we were at
Yeah.
smaller cities. We're
Yeah.
actually in a decent sized city now, so...
Yeah.
First
It does
of
not make
all,
sense to sleep on the ship, no.
It only takes more than 5 minutes to get to the inn.
Yeah.
If there's, are you guys? So Bronwyn gets a room, and y'all go and hang out.
Yeah. We go trance and stare at the walls and stuff.
the
Staring at each other. Like, not really looking at each other, but still kind of, you know, when you,
Mhm.
like, zone out and accidentally stare at someone.
nice.
But it's like at each other.
Yeah. So, with that, the night goes by rather uneventfully, and soon the morning comes.
I have some questions for Barry.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to bed immediately. Shut the fuck up.
Wow.
Felix.
Yep.
got a spam risk call just now. Lovely.
If Ferritin just wants to go to bed.
It depends on how long you take to get there.
As soon as they get the bottle and glasses, they head straight up.
Alright, he'd still
It's
be
like 2
awake then.
minutes. There's like a table in this room, right?
Yeah.
I'll set the 2 glasses down, open up the bottle, and then pour both of them and take a seat. An open invitation if Ferritin wants a drink.
It might
If he drinks or not.
might be best for me to sleep soundly tonight, but would you like to have a conversation?
Me? And they just down the first one. Oh, so I figured I'd ask Psyche here first, since he's, from what I've seen, specialized in magic. But I know you're also very well studied.
Well, magic is just a kind of science. It is just that some people are more magically inclined to produce magic rather than study it.
Right. Speaking of magically inclined, you've seen what I can do.
I've seen you produce magic from every now and then, yes.
Right. I don't know what the source of that is. It's not even, when I do it, I don't feel like I'm casting a spell. I feel like I'm just extending myself. It feels like a natural part of me, you know. But I
Well,
know it's magic. I've been told it's magic.
some people are born with magic in their blood. That is a uncommon thing. However, most of the people you recognize as sorcerers do fall into that category.
I think this might be different. One moment. And they stand, take off their jacket. They don't fully like take everything off
Yeah.
like they did with Psyche here before, but they take off their jacket and roll up their sleeves where you can see the tattoos, the markings on their forearms. These are the same symbols that you see glow, the same symbols that you see fly around when I do my thing.
Very well. You think your magical capability might be linked to your markings?
Or maybe they're just markings to show that I have that ability. Maybe it's not from them, they're just an outcome of it.
Well, that is certainly something to investigate and research.
Right, that's what I was wondering about. So, I've had these.
Yeah.
A long time, as long as I can. There wasn't a time where I remember getting them. You were saying?
I was just gonna ask, so can
Mhm.
I look more closely at it, see if I can
Absolutely.
recognize it from...
Roll me a either no, in this case, if you're trying to what are you trying to figure out about them? Are you trying to figure out like what they do, or if you recognize them from somewhere?
I'm trying to figure out what they are. If they are like
Okay.
something that I've read about before, or maybe
Okay, does you want to see if you can
just,
recognize
like...
them?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Roll me a history check then in that case.
Let's go, baby. Go fuck yourself.
Oh no. You are not intimately aware about anything that would have relation to a tattoo like this. You like what you can tell just because of your passive knowledge of something like this is that they are, I mean, you already know that they're magical, but you can tell that they are innate in what, like, they are, like, Piper was more than likely born with them.
Yeah.
And you do not, just off the top of your head, recall ever hearing of a case like that before. And you've seen a lot of weird things. It's not a birthmark either. It's not like these are, you know, it's more biological than that. It's more biological than, like, just some sort of weird happenstance. This is something that was more than likely, it could be in Piper's bloodline. It could be, like that there was some sort of blessing or curse placed on the mother when she was pregnant with Piper. You're not sure, but you do know that this is something that was that is kind of innate to Piper's being. Like, to strip Piper of this would be to make them not like the species that they are.
Yeah.
Know? It's like they are a subspecies of.
All right.
Yeah.
Something of human.
Yeah.
While Ferritin is examining, I'm imagining very closely and kind of thoroughly, Piper's just starts drumming their fingers against the table kind of nervously, just on their right hand, not on their left. Because I'm doing that right now, and it's just... I can't. I wish. God, I wish this was in person.
I don't seem to recall anything that would relate directly to what you have. However, this is not just a simple ink on your body here. This does seem to be intrinsically related to your biological self. You have been born with those. That you are correct.
Explains why they never fade.
This does qualify you into the category of someone with natural biological magical talent. And yet you do not think yourself as a sorcerer.
I mean, I don't... What I do is not a spell. I don't use some sort of...
Yes?
I don't... It just... It feels as natural as jumping. It doesn't feel like I'm focusing on anything.
Well, not to disregard your
I know it's magic, it doesn't feel that way.
Well, in my experience dealing with the magical world, many times young sorcerers do not think of casting spells as casting spells either. If you'd like to pursue this further, I'm sure that if you accompany me and Psyche here at the library, we could probably find more in regards to that. I'll look for books of magical bloodlines and markings, and we can maybe find something about that.
I've looked for books on this stuff before, right?
Yeah. You've looked for it before mostly in like Tasak, in
Like
Maybe
the big libraries, like in the capital.
yeah. I don't think you looked for anything when you were in Moonhold.
I didn't know.
And I do not recall you saying you ever looked at anything when you were in Stratum either.
No.
So
Also,
you've not looked at anything
I
in
was a
Marin.
little. Both times I was a little preoccupied with other matters.
Absolutely.
also, I have the sage background.
Oh yeah.
So,
I'm just wondering if the library here would have information. That's why I'm asking if I've looked into stuff. And
Totally.
I can
any
find
progress I've found, if I found any.
find information on that type of stuff.
'Cause, I'm imagining if I haven't found much, Piper's not feeling very hopeful about a library here.
You're a professor specialty, right? Or were you researcher specialty on Sage?
Well, it doesn't matter. 'Cause
Yeah,
I
that's fair.
get the researcher feature,
Yeah.
anyways.
I was curious.
But yes, I am a professor.
Gotcha.
And, but I would know, like, since I don't know what this is, I would know potentially where to find it. And would a library in Essentia probably have more information on this?
It definitely
rather?
might. It definitely could. You've being in Moonhold, you did see like the libraries there were more extensive than almost anywhere else in the world, except for maybe in Lilith there is the Lexiconic Corporation, which has a massive archive of people think that it could be millions of books, more than like it's an insane amount, but they do not have it open to the public. It's only for members of the Lexiconic Corporation and their clients, and Numenera. It's the archives that Moonhold have is only outclassed by those two. And it does seem to be
Numenera mentioned.
yeah. Yeah, of those locations.
So yeah, I'm just gonna go like, well, if we can't find anything on that in Essentia's library, I'm sure that we can find it somewhere else. That being Numenera or Lilith, if we ever go back that way. Which I'm assuming we're going to stay in this island for quite more time.
Yes, I would assume so as well.
But as of right now, just assume that
I also probably should stay away from Lilith, just in general.
And why would that be, if you don't mind me asking?
Piper's eyes just kind of light up, because this is someone who hasn't heard the story. And it'd be a lot to roleplay out, so unless Ferritin interrupts them, they will just go on to explain the events of the Mithril heist.
You can give a brief detailing if you would like to, so the audience knows a little bit about what happened there.
Yeah. They embellish a little bit, say that they played a bigger role than they did, but it was basically a heist. Around, what, 10, 12 years ago?
Yeah, about that, 12 years ago, I'd say.
That Piper's father launched. He led his crew. They made it out with how much mithril? I'd have to open the lore doc.
It was, I
a
believe,
lot of-
over a ton.
Over a ton of mithril, without a single crew member dying. Without a single person dying. They didn't kill anybody during the raid either, right?
Yep.
And then Piper explains it in more detail than I do. And like I said, said, they make themselves seem a little cooler.
So I would have
again, unless you
heard
interrupt.
of the Mithril heist
You
living in Numenera.
you would have heard a little bit about it, but you didn't you definitely didn't know all the details. And Piper gives you a lot of the details.
So you were part of the Mithril heist. How old were you?
13, I think.
That is a very young age to be part of a pirate operation.
It's different out there.
No, I'm sure it is.
We pull our weight on the crew, and in exchange are given a home. A family, you know? Family works together, doesn't matter how young or old you are, as long as you're capable.
I still think you were put in an awful lot of danger for a 13-year-old. However, let's so you've had these markings.
Piper just looks really confused when you say that.
So you've had these markings since forever, basically. We've established that.
Right. Something else.
Yes.
My father is not my... I mean, yes, he's my father. He's the man who raised me. I love him dearly, but...
But he is not your biological father, and that's what you mean?
No, he's not.
So he does not have the markings that you do?
No, he doesn't know anything about them. He doesn't know who my parents were. Just that.
And he picked you up from where exactly?
Called?
It was while he was in Tasak. It was while he was in specifically Lurenk.
In the story he said Lurenk. Bigger cities in Tasak. Biggest city in Tasak, question mark.
Yeah. Accurate.
But he didn't just pick me up. I was apparently found on the deck of his ship, freshly become a captain. And I was just there, right?
Yeah. It was a nighttime.
No, this is them.
Oh,
like,
sorry.
explaining.
Sorry.
And he, at least from what I've heard, originally tried to find out where I was supposed to go. And when he couldn't find anyone, the city guard couldn't find anyone, he left me with them because the seas were not a place for a child. His exact words. And then, when he was back on his ship, he found me in his cabin. And he didn't know how at the time, but I mean, I think it's pretty clear with the abilities you've seen me do. So, from a very young age, I chose this life, apparently. Sorry, I didn't mean to unload all of that, but to make a long story short, no, he doesn't have the markings, and he doesn't know where I got them. and I've not found pretty much anything. And trust me, I've done my own research. I've been curious about it a long time.
Well, I am not sure what made that event happen. However, I am sure of two things. I'm sure we will find more information, perhaps at the library in Essentia, and if not in Essentia, elsewhere. And I have a suggestion.
Their hands have been folded for a while. They just pick up the other glass, since you weren't drinking it, and just down it as well. My ears are open.
You've never tried to develop your magical abilities in any way?
Wouldn't know how.
Well, that would be exactly my suggestion then.
I mean, I talked to some wizards before, but I just lacked the
I do not
know-how.
think you need wizards. Wizards do magic through research and knowledge. You need someone that does magic like you. Like a sorcerer. If you ever find one in the wild, or if we ever find one in the wild, since we are traveling together, I wouldn't say no to a quick lesson. Maybe you can find more about yourself. If anything.
Maybe. Well, it's getting late. Thank you for the talk.
Not an issue. We will talk more tomorrow at the library. Hopefully we'll find something more.
Hopefully. No, they'll stand. They'll put any, I'm assuming, sconces or candles out.
Yeah. I can. No, I can't. Tom 30 does not do that. This is.
No, that's a fucking.
That's a prestidigitation. Yeah. I can
dim.
I can dim the lights though. I can.
I go to each sconce and I blow it out. Fucking take off my boots and baubles and shit, and then lay in bed.
I'm gonna do the same thing that I do every time I like fold the covers just slightly at the foot of the bed so that Court can like lay on top of it, and I just sleep on the other side.
Cushion.
He is a little
Yeah.
he is a little blep as he sleeps.
Mhm.
All right.
Alrighty. And then unless there's anything else anybody wants to do during the night, we can pass the night by. Going once,
No.
going twice, and
I
sold.
don't have to bother her going to sleep.
Yeah. I mean, Saf is pretty easy. She just like walks over, starts taking off all her armor, and then just fucking like flops into the bed.
What an angel. Blop.
I mean, she's an astral. She doesn't sleep either, but she's like, this is nice.
Still be comfortable.
Yeah.
It's not as nicely with Piper, eh? Eh?
Yeah, I did not think I was so transparent. That's good night. And she turns over like a little red in the face and turns over away from you, and like
And there's no shame in liking people.
This is revenge for her fucking bridal carrying.
Yeah. Does Frederick actually say that?
Not probably not in that way, no.
Yeah.
But he might bring it up of like,
Okay.
that was a scene in the lobby.
Yes, it was. That was a time.
Well, I believe the opportunity might present itself again if you wish to strike once more. I mean, not swinging your guys' way, but maybe it'll work out for best for y'all.
We'll see. It's
You're both good-looking people. You'll manage.
thank you. Much appreciated.
Mm-hmm. Get your 2 hours of sleep, yo, weirdo.
I don't sleep. I'm just going to be kind of resting here. Maybe I'll read a book.
Why does every elf insist on making sure I know that? I know.
As you just said, get some sleep, and I was like, I'm not sleeping. I didn't. I'm sorry, I didn't. Okay, never mind. I'm just gonna. And she
Human doesn't know you
she-
don't sleep.
she just blows out. She just blows out the lantern. She's like, okay, I'm done.
We've both seen the dark. It doesn't end the conversation, ma'am.
Pulls the blanket up and over.
Alright.
Look into my eyes now, shithead.
I should have. You just you hear her jokingly say, "I should have taken the sweet."
Walk in a pallet and walk into an inn room.
Fair. So, the rest of the evening goes by uneventfully, and you all can come to in the morning, or three of your party will just open their eyes a little wider because they were already awake. Who's the first to kind of go down for breakfast? Don't everybody?
It's one of the elves.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably elves.
No.
Saf will
What if
just
I
leave her
choose
armor.
not to leave?
That's fair. Safa just she just leaves her crap there in the room and goes in basically just like like her tunic and it's like a tunic that kind of also has like not a skirt necessarily, but like a I'm trying to think of a way to put it. Like she has undergarments on, obviously, but like kind of just like it is a little bit of a skirt. Yeah.
Like, it's not a coat. The coat's like I guess the masculine word for it.
It's I'm just trying to. It's like what a lot of Romans used to wear.
It's like a tabard. It's
Yeah,
like a
tabard,
fucking,
yeah.
I don't know if that's the actual way to pronounce it. In Portuguese, it's tabarda. But,
Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
But it's like the underclothing of a suit of armor.
Yeah.
It does have like a kind of like a little like skirt thing, but you have like pants underneath, so
yeah.
You know.
It's like that, and she has like shorts underneath, basically. And
Yeah.
she'll just walk down and get breakfast. Apparently, Saikir's not going to breakfast.
No, Saikir will probably be like outside of the door, writing stuff down in his tome, and just waiting for other people.
Okay. Saf walks by.
Depending on how early Piper would be able to wake up, probably a little bit later.
Okay.
But they'll just go to the bar specifically, order a coffee because it's an inn and they usually have those in big cities.
Yeah. It is a different slime girl.
It's a different song.
And what you're ordering?
Just ordering coffee.
Okay.
And what's on the breakfast menu? What do they have here?
Like they just kind of have it up on like a board that's kind of been drawn on. It's a lot of like it's actually like crepes.
Right.
Yeah, it's like crepes of assorted different types with they also have like some chips and stuff that you can get for breakfast.
Piper also left like their gear and stuff upstairs. They just brought they only brought their scimitar, and the map, but the rest of the stuff they left in the room, and also their jacket and like hat and stuff. So they're just in their like loose, like black, sort of like cotton shirt,
Understood.
and their pants and boots.
Mhm.
They're more casual today.
Alrighty.
Sleeves rolled up.
Fair enough. So, I'm just imagining at some point everybody will go down for breakfast.
Yeah.
Unless there's
Yeah,
somebody
just
that's
later.
okay. Eventually, all of you can kind of meet up at breakfast, unless there's any particular conversations anybody wants to have at breakfast, or with somebody before somebody else comes down.
Bronwyn comes down. Bronwyn has her hair in a ponytail, right?
Technically, it's a braid.
A braid. That still uses hair ties. Does Bronwyn have any extra hair ties? Piper is asking Bronwyn for a hair tie.
I would assume she would have.
Yeah, that's fine if you have. Yeah,
Yeah.
if you want to say
Yeah.
some.
So hand one over.
We'll take it and they'll tie their hair up into like a really loose, messy bun. It's a lazy day. Lazy-ish, at least in parts.
Fair. So, everybody eventually makes their way down, and you're at breakfast. I'm assuming all of you get like just a different or just a meal of some kind.
Yeah, how much was my meal and coffee?
Yeah, just stealing whatever one ordered earlier.
It's just a silver.
Give him a silver and 5 copper.
Okay.
I'm going to
I'll get
consistently
some-
tip.
Fair.
I'll get some toast and jam, and I will have in the room I will have cast Goodberry and pocketed all the berries.
Understood.
And so I'll drink my coffee, get my toast with the jam, and then I'm gonna pop a good berry in my mouth.
Fair enough. Yeah. So, I imagine all of you are having just a rather quaint morning. It's not really too busy in here this morning. There are a couple people just kind of having breakfast. Maybe some of the other tenants from some of the other rooms. Outside, you can kind of faintly hear in the distance ships, kind of like people out in the docks just below the cliff, or at the bottom of the cliff, kind of starting to move stuff, like shouts from sailors as they're getting things ready, that sort of ambiance, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So
Big plans
our
for the
full-
day?
I believe it was them two. It's like you're in Ferriton going to the library.
Well, first, I gotta sell this, and I'm gonna just take out the ruby from my pocket and then put it back.
Right.
Mhm.
I'm gonna go down to the docks, ask about possible work, then meet you at the library.
Possible work.
Um,
Are we just here for a day?
I can do work in a day. Might as well if we're staying the whole day.
Fair.
Very well.
Okay. So you head off towards the docks. Ferriton and Saikir are heading off to find a jeweler first before heading to a library.
Tag
If
along with
Sakir would like to
Ferriton.
accompany me, yes, but Sakir
Yeah, I
can
don't
also
mind
wait for
following
me in
them.
the library. All right, cool.
No.
Anybody else accompanying them, or just gonna go off on their own? And by that I mean Bronwyn and Frederick. Or what are you guys doing?
Frederick will tag along with Ferritin at the very least for like selling off the gym.
Okay.
Maybe he'll find an instrument in the city, giving it higher hopes. The idea of it getting another job.
Alrighty. So you head off. You guys head off there. Where's Bronwyn going?
She's just gonna kind of like walk around the city center and just want to see what's going on.
Okay. Yeah.
Get the lay of the land, if you will.
Sure. We'll actually start with you then.
Oh, okay.
So you're kind of going around and looking, just kind of making your way through the city center. Is there anything in particular you're looking for? Or just kind of, just trying to get the vibe from Essentia.
Yeah, just trying to get the vibe, get the lowdown on the city. that kind of
Totally.
thing.
Yeah. So, as you're walking around here, this is definitely, it's definitely a city that is in between two larger cities, and so a lot of what's going on here are ships, passing through on their way between Cassini and Moonhold. And so like ships moving in through the docks a lot. Like you can see like the tops of their masts just past like the cliff's edge. And then like if you walk up to the cliff's edge, you can see the docks below. There is definitely like people here. There are also plenty of people selling farm goods because you guys are out in sort of a very hilly area. So there's people that are selling grains, that are selling all manner of different different vegetables and veggies.
Vegetables and veggies.
Yeah, I mean, and bitches. But
Love my vegetables and vegetables.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
I mean, there's a difference between vegetables and veggies. Like, one is clearly better than the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, veggies are the best.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Of course, you're welcome.
I meant to say fruits and veggies. That's what I meant to say. That's kind of the major export here. There also seems to be the next major export after that would be wood. As you've seen a couple of lumber mills as you pass through some of maybe the more south parts of the city. Nice.
Sorry.
You're good.
I'll move that.
Those are like the major kind of points of industry here. There is definitely a hustle and bustle about parts of this town. Like the center of the city definitely has the hustle, like the most of the hustle and bustle, people moving around. You do see some of the normal guards, the Orientus, that are moving around with their kind of green sashes, and just checking around, especially when you get kind of closer to the town hall where there are some of the different municipal buildings like logistics. You see that there's a couple of guards that just kind of wander the area. But it's also like just a really nice naturey area. Like there are, it's almost like a miniature park that is at the center sort of circle where the town hall is in the center of, where the radial streets kind of come from. It's a bit of a park with ivy growing over a lot of the sort of structures that are here. Like there's gazebos, different sort of like lantern poles that have ivy that's kind of grown up on them, little kind of small groupings of flowers that are in between spaces of grass of various sizes or various heights, and there are kids playing here. It's a rather cozy sight compared to the sort of more brutal size of Moonhold.
Okay.
You do see, like right by where the stairs are that lead up into the town hall, there is kind of the sort of normal adventurers, like a work for hire board, you know, or people are hiring board. You see that as you pass by them. You can either just move on past her if you want to look at it. You're welcome to.
Yeah, I should wander over and look at the board
Sure.
just to see.
Couple of things, like mainly a lot of them are like farm hands needed finishing up the harvest. There are people, you know, it's like a lot of it is job postings. We need a new baker for the bakery nearby. Some of the more, I guess, things that you would maybe find more attention to. It seems like the farther, like the higher up on the board you go, the more it gets away from job hiring to, hey, this is like a commission of some kind. It's like, oh, hey, we have a, you know, jewelry thief looking for an investigator to look into this. There is there's actually 2 different missing persons cases that are listed. Like, if you see this person or have information about this person, please contact, or please tell this like guard at this at the main constabulary. There are things like vermin, like wanted adventurers who can kill some vermin, sort of thing, as well. But it's not paying very well. That one isn't. It's like, man, these guys are getting these guys are getting paid in exposure. You know, like they come and clear out these dire rats. I'll tell all of my friends, you know, about how good this adventuring group was.
Exposure.
Think about how you're helping the city, not yourself and your pockets.
Plenty with your blood.
I guess since we're on a mission for a missing persons, so to speak, I'm gonna take a closer look at the missing person posts.
Yeah, those missing person posts. So, one of them is actually both of them. Neither of them are shard mines. First of all, does that, like, when you realize neither of them are shard mines, you're like, never mind, I'm just gonna keep going. Like,
Nah, the curiosity.
Okay. One of them is seems to be like it's kind of, you see a draw, like a drawing of the face that somebody is mocked up. It's a human male. He had an apartment down near the docks and disappeared sometime last week with neither his employer nor any of his friends knowing where he went. And people are concerned. The last time somebody, like, it even says, like, the last time that he was seen, he was at a it was at the Constellation. It was oh, sorry, no, you guys are not. It would have been, yeah, last week, which would have been the Constellation Day for the season of Manticore. So the 15th, so about like 4 or 5 days ago. That was the last time. Yeah, it is the, actually no, it is the 20th today.
I wrote 18th in my notes last time. I'm trying to keep
but
track of it.
it has been 2 days.
Has it?
Yes. Because we had it almost the 18th was like when we started a session, or the 19th when we started a session because it was like past midnight.
I think it was the 19th when you started the session, and it was 2 days, like, because the last session started middle of the night. It had during that night crossed from the 18th to the 19th.
I hate keeping track of this stuff. I've been trying the entire campaign and struggling so much.
I'm sorry.
Pastor Zoe harder.
Um.
No, I want to keep track of it myself.
So it is so about 5 days ago. Was the last time that this guy was seen. His name. Do you care about his name, or are you just kind of?
Sure, why not?
It is Arthur Stonefield.
I was gonna put a dollar bet. His name is Wappa Bet.
Shut up.
You're the worst. Okay.
The other person, it seems to be a lady, an astral elf. She's not one of the royal family, so does not have antlers. And this particular, she seems to have sort of very like kind of parts her hair down the middle and has it kind of going off to both sides, kind of framing her face in the drawing. She went missing about 10 days ago, so on the 10th. She went missing basically like on her way home one night, and people have not seen her since. She worked, it notes that she worked or works at the what was it? She works actually at the local mayor's office. And so there's actually, because there was concern, there's more direct concern from the mayor's office. There is an actual like a higher gold reward for finding her. In this case, it is 500 gold pieces for finding her, which is a lot. You could note that, like, that's an unusually high amount for a missing person.
Yeah. Okay.
Your name.
What's up?
Oh yeah, we need her name.
Her name is Mithra Lane. Lane. Lane.
Metagaming for my notes.
Okay. Cool. Interesting.
What was Arthur's last name?
Stonefield.
I know I'm not here, but I still want to take notes about it.
Brahma's just gonna reach up and like snag both of us.
Sure.
Just because, it might be helpful information.
Sure.
Might not be. You never know.
Mm-hmm.
Plus money.
Plus money.
Always respectable goal.
Yeah.
Plus money.
Yeah. Plus money. Plus 500 clan XP.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
What was the gold for Arthur?
Arthur was like
Yeah.
it was 75.
I gotta switch pages in my notes. Sorry. Hold on. Okay.
And just for clarity's sake, because I didn't say it for him, but I did say it for Mithra, he is a baker. Oh, they needed a new baker. Oh, this guy's missing. He's
Well,
a
no
baker.
wonder they need a bigger.
Damn, we could have solved that problem by just working at that bakery. Fuck.
Yep. Oh, I have in my head Shadowbringer's reference.
Hmm.
Painter dead. Newly hired.
Is there anything else on the board that would be of note?
A lot of the other stuff here is a little bit more mundane. It doesn't seem like they have a lot of immediate concerns, other than like obviously like the pest stuff I mentioned. There's people needed for work. There was another one. Hiring a bodyguard for caravan, but that doesn't seem to, unless like, yeah, they're hiring a bodyguard for for a caravan.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I don't suppose there's anything around that would seem to indicate that there's a thieves guild in town, huh?
As you've walked around, I'd say that you could have seen a couple of markings. Sure. A lot of the things are like, hey, like there's markings where guards normally post up,
Okay.
at night. Like there is, a couple of places like, hey, at night, if you're looking for drugs, come to this place. If you need information, come to this place. But it's normally that stuff would be at night, where people are in those locations.
Okay. Sorry, hold on, writing notes down. So you said that the notes were like finding information. There would be somebody there, I guess.
Yeah, there would be like somebody down this alleyway at night that would be able to sell information.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. So she's just gonna make a mental note of all that.
Gotcha. All right. Is there anything else you want to do?
I don't think so. I think that's most of what she would be doing.
Alrighty.
We
Well,
would just head back towards the end.
totally. So, while you start heading back towards the end, we'll go next to Piper and then to the big group. But before we do that, we're gonna take a break.
I did wonder.
Yeah.
Alright.
I was thinking it'd be
I
a
looked up and I
long
was like-
conversation. We're not gonna have a
Yeah.
break today, are we?
No, I mean, what? It's we're about halfway through the time.
Yeah.
So, we'll be back in about we'll say in about 10 minutes.
Can we make that 15?
15? Yeah, we can make that 15.
15 minutes it is.
I want to make myself a cup of coffee.
Yep. We'll see you guys here in a minute.
Bye.
Hello, everybody, and we're back to Secrets of Renala, episode 12. So, we're gonna pick up with Piper, who was heading off towards the docks to get, maybe pick up a job for the day.
I want to specifically find the dock master, and I want to see if they have any afternoon shifts that I could pick up. Because I do want to meet my friends at the library.
Okay.
I'm gonna meet my friends at the library. And nerd am me.
I'm going to the library to look for research.
Sure. It's a different, dock attendant than the one that you had met last night. The Shard Mind. It is actually, what's up?
Good, actually, yeah, good.
Okay, gotcha. This one is a different amber colored Shard Mind though. You can just tell because the structure is a little different.
How rare is that? Have we seen many in that color? I thought they were mostly cool colors from what we've seen.
Yeah, this is a little odd.
Okay.
Yeah.
Orange is not a cool color? You don't think orange is cool?
It's a warm color. Fuck you. Don't
It's
twist my words.
it's a hot color.
Yeah.
Warm color, you would say.
I'll approach him and
It's a her.
see
This
if he
one's
has
a
any, or her. My bad. I'll approach her and ask about any afternoon openings. I'm not too worried about because I know I've taken a lot of time.
Okay. I think I should be able to fit you in. We've got a shipment of grapes that are getting packaged and sent out. So if you want to head over to Warehouse 4, they'll give you stuff.
Warehouse 4. Can you point that out? I pull out my map and it's the map of the city, but it's static. So it's like
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, right here. And she just points at that at the relative location. It's just mostly going to be bringing in, loading up a ship.
what time do I need to be there?
Here in the next hour or so, you can head out.
I was asking for
Oh,
afternoon, so-
afternoon. Oh, late. Sorry. Yeah. I would say around 2. In about 5 hours or so.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Thank her for the opportunity. And
Yeah. Just so you know, for the wages for that, it's gonna be, it'll be about a 5 gold haul.
it's good. It's great.
Alrighty.
And thank you for the opportunity, and I will turn on my heel to go find where my friends went.
Alrighty. Yeah. None of you, by the way, know where Saf went off to. None of you asked. You just kind of all went your different directions, and Saf went somewhere else.
Yeah.
She's got her own business.
Yeah. I'm just letting you know, just in
I-
case
I-
there's.
We don't pray in hers.
I was just making you aware in case one of you was curious. Yeah. Going over to the other group then. You guys are heading off to find a jeweler. You don't really know where a jeweler is off the top of your head, so you're gonna have to search for it.
The jeweler in the town did recommend me a jeweler in Essentia, right?
I believe that one might have been for Cassini. Actually, no, you're probably right. It probably was Essentia. So yeah. There does seem to be a jeweler that you can find here. You don't know exactly the location, so but you know
yeah,
kind
but
of.
I can ask around.
Yeah.
Okay, this jeweler right here.
Yeah. This one is called Royal Refineries.
Very well. I will then go inside the Royal Refineries and look for whoever's the clerk, whoever's and the
It seems like it's currently two people here. One is kind of you can tell that there's two people, but one is behind like a curtain, maybe in like a little workshop area working on something, and one is like the storefront person. And there are a couple like it's a nice front. There is actually what looks to be a guard, not like an actual like Orientis guard, but like a bodyguard of some kind
Yeah.
that is kind of watching the exterior.
Security.
Yeah. Just kind of like standard, probably level 2 adventurer, if you were to guess.
You gotta go by them and just kind of like nod and good day.
Good
Go
day.
past them.
Does anybody else go into does the whole group go into the jeweler?
Why not?
Yeah, I'll probably go.
All right, cool. Is there like a little bench that I can stand on?
Yeah, there's a couple
level?
around. Yeah, there's a couple
Okay, cool.
around. It's like glass cases with different jewelry inside of different parts here. It's not like a big because like jewelry is not the biggest industry.
Yeah.
In this sort of level of civilization. But it exists. So like there's like maybe you would guess whereas I would say that there's maybe 500 total pieces of jewelry that are on display here, whereas like a modern today jeweler probably has thousands, right? So it's just a little bit difference of like how much people have. But it's nice. A small little shop, and the person behind the counter here is seems to be a half elf.
Well, I'm just gonna walk up to them.
He just kind of has a pretty like very customer servicey smile. Hi, welcome sir, or welcome sirs. Welcome to Royal Refineries. Is there anything I can help you with today?
Well, I have been traveling from Moonhold up to here, and I've happened to come across a small town on the way, and they've recommended me this store right here. Because I was trying to see if they had any interest in this, and I'm just gonna take out the ruby and put it on the counter.
Okay. He just like nods. Okay, well, I can certainly have our artisan look at this if you don't mind. I will take it back to him.
Very well.
He very gently he puts it on almost like a little pillow and like picks it up and takes it back. And you can hear just like honey, got a jewel for you to inspect. It's kind of distant, like this person is not just like they were trying to be very professional, but these two are probably married. And you hear another guy's voice just like, yeah, I got it. And he'll you hear like some kind of movement of different parts and things. And a couple of minutes later,
while they're inspecting it, Psyche's probably just looking at the jewelry.
Yeah, sure. So there's like all different all manner of different jewelry here, like plenty of rings, finger rings and toe rings, if someone was so inclined. Anklets, bracelets, earrings, necklaces, and just kind of lots of different jewelry here. A lot of it is silver, but like rather nice silver. And some of them are inlaid with gems of various niceties, I would say. Like there's some gold as well. There's probably maybe only a few diamond inlaid jewelry here. A lot of the others are with sapphire, a couple of ruby, maybe some other gemstones like emeralds and such. Um, uh, and so yeah, that's kind of a lot of what you see here. Nothing that's like, it's not the most creatively designed things, but they're nice and they're elegant, I guess, is
Alright.
what I would say. Nothing that's like super duper artsy, like that somebody spent like 100 hours, like, or not, maybe not 100 hours, but like 1,000 hours on this one piece to make like the most beautiful, elegant ring. Not to say that they couldn't make it, it's just that that's what they have out here.
More time-consuming stuff is probably commissioned.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty fair guess. And eventually, the other individual, who is a like another, it's an astral elf guy, and he has kind of like the sort of like glass, like he's like the jeweler's glasses, right? Like the or goggles, jeweler's goggles. That's like how people inspect jewels. And he's kind of got also like an apron on and some rather soft looking gloves that he's got on, and he comes out with the half elf behind him. So this is a really nice ruby. I would say fine condition, excellent grade. I'm curious, where did you find this?
Well, in our first day in Moonhold, actually, we've ran into a little trouble, and which led us to, I believe it was the sewers of the city.
I see.
We found a little lockbox in there, and this just happened to be there, along with a couple other things.
Oh, I see. I mean, I've had adventurers bring in other things before, so I've heard all manner of weird story. Fair enough. For this, I could reasonably, it's in rather nice condition. I could make a number of nice pieces with it. Would you be willing to part with it for, say, 75 gold pieces?
How big is this ruby?
So
How-
this is, I would say it's like quarter sized. If you were to take a quarter and like make a sphere out of a quarter, like with the or the diameter of a quarter, it's about that size. So it's pretty sizable. It's not perfectly like see-through though, like some rubies are. So it's not like the highest grade of ruby either, but it's nice.
75 does seem like a fair price.
Okay.
Very well.
Honey, if you can settle him, I'm gonna go see what I can do with this. And the half elf kind of steps up and give me one moment while I count out the appropriate payment.
Very well.
And just maybe like a minute later, he just kind of has counted out 75 gold pieces and like basically slides it forward to you.
I pocket it into the little pouch gold that I have. It's like, very much appreciated. Thank you. I will do business with you again in case I find some more gemstones.
Very well. We'd be happy to use anything that you happen to find out there.
I have a feeling I'll be coming across some more in the near future.
Well, we'd love to see whatever you find. Have a good day.
Thank you. Carry on. And I'm just gonna head out. Unless you two want to do anything else in the store.
No, I was just here to help you make a deal in case you couldn't do it on your own.
I think
Contemplated-
75 gold pieces was more than enough.
I have no say in this. I don't know how your currency, your economy and such differs from the Shadowfell.
I imagine it's quite different considering you're a very hostile plane.
It's not all that hostile.
We have not had the pleasure of any pleasantries yet, besides yourself.
And
I mean,
some creatures that have tried to kill us. Yes.
we have dangerous creatures, but I've not been attacked by large carnivorous animals in the well, I have a few times, but that's beside the point. I had my vigilance with me. I have trained him quite well.
Okay, then name some pleasantries of the Shadowfell while we head to the library.
Well, give me a second. Uh, this is out of character. I'm just genuinely trying to think of stuff. I'm sure Psycure could think of stuff very easily. I can't.
I mean,
Like, we call you out your bullshit. Well, shut up.
it's
I've
warm.
been attacked here just as many times as I've been attacked in the Shadowfell. This place doesn't seem very pleasant either.
You don't have a lot of bandits. Most of your threats are animals, and not people like you've had issues with here.
Yeah, I'll bring that up. At least the people in the Shadowfell have not tried to kidnap me, or rob me, or... What else have we had happen to us in regards to people?
Are they big
Uh,
liars, or...
We've had people at that bar trying to intoxicate our friends.
Yeah.
I mostly ignored that situation, so yes, let's add that.
Does the
Wow.
Shadowfell people get out very
Annoying.
much, or do they stay to their own territories?
Depends on where you are. I tend to stay pretty secluded from most villages, but we do have settlements. It's easier for my research to go unbothered when I am in a more secluded area.
Yes, I imagine the sight of skeletal revival is kind of hard to do in a major city.
Not really. I just don't like the noise.
Ah. So they wouldn't bother normal people?
Yes, it would
Hmm.
not. Most villages, in fact, usually have some. Where I grew up, we had a small schooling area of sorts for magic such as this. It is quite a large portion of our society.
Mm-hmm.
It plays a much more major role in the Shadowfell than it does here, I have ascertained. In fact, have I informed you of what my titles refer to?
Titles.
I don't believe you
Shadowkin,
have.
Risen from ashes. Which one is the title for being a necromancer again?
Let me look at the
Was it Shadowkin?
Shadowkin?
Risen from
Yeah.
ashes was the trial for the village.
Yep, you
right?
are correct. Yep.
Yeah. Shadowkin is quite literally a scholarly title received for going into the field of necromancy in some way.
I don't recall you ever
It is
mentioning
in
your
a
past
fi-
titles.
it is officially recognized by most Shadarkai in the Shadowfell.
Hmm.
Risen from Ashes is a more local thing. It refers more to where I come from, as it is related to how I sort of proved myself as a member of my village's society.
Mhm.
About now. Oh, sorry.
So I don't know if I mentioned yet, but I sure would like to visit that plane that you come from. Seems so bizarre, but interesting.
What is bizarre to you is quite mundane to me.
And vice versa here as well, for you.
There are not glowing, feathered creatures in the Shadowfell. There is just the skeletons of such.
You mean
Like those glowing birds we passed in the forest. We don't have those. We don't have feathered creatures at all, usually. None that I can recall.
I see.
Do we have bats? Are there bats in the
Yeah,
Shadowfell?
there are bats. Bats and dragons are probably the only really flying creatures native.
So yeah, all of our flighted creatures are have webbed wings
Or bugs.
or insects as well.
Hmm.
I don't know the name of the type of wings that insects have off the top of my head. That's not my field of study.
I think it's also webbed.
Is it? I'm
I
not
believe
sure.
so. Yeah.
At about this
'Cause
point,
it's technically part of their skin.
no, that does actually
So-
make sense. About this time, Piper can finally have found you guys. As you guys start to get nearer to the library.
Captain, have you found anything that you were looking for?
Yes, I found a shift to work at the docks around 2 this afternoon, so we have plenty of time.
Very well. I'm just gonna like clasp both hands together. It's like, what are we all looking for at the library? I'm just gonna like look at Piper, look at Psyche, look at Frederick.
Sakir will immediately like pull out his tome and like sift to the like latest page and be like, I have written down a few subjects I would like to further inquire about. Particularly, I believe someone said that it looked as if loyalty was a blue jay. I wanted some books about that. If
Birds, I
loyalty
see.
is my only subject with me, I would like to inquire more about what loyalty is.
Very well. We can look around for books about birds. I'm pretty sure we should have some lying around in this library. It's not that much of an uncommon subject. Biology of fauna that exists in the world. Certainly.
I would also like to look more into. I had read a few brief overviews of how different magic fields are studied here in Renala, but I did not do extensive research as I was mostly looking specifically for anything related to where I was. So I suppose anything about studying magic in depth would be useful as well.
Well, we can certainly start you up with a primer on the various schools of magic in Renala, and we can move on to advanced subjects once you deem appropriate. Shredrick? Piper? Anything in particular? Well, Piper, I know what
Yeah.
we're looking for.
I don't fully know what I'm doing, Doc. I'm following your lead.
I believe I'm just here just to be here.
Very
Don't
well.
really have anything to look
If
into.
you find anything of your interest in the library, I do recommend you put your mind into a book. Very well.
I
Let's
was gonna
talk
make a
to
joke
the...
about why are you my professor, but then I do remember your title.
I am a doctor, yes, and you are. I did technically say that you're my students, although not totally correct.
You sure behave like one right now.
For the sake
I
of
am
this
used to it.
venture, I'll accept the title. I am not well versed in the magics of this particular plane of existence, so I'll mutter the plane of existence part in case anyone's around.
That's people mostly passing by as you
Yeah.
guys are just walking.
Very well. Well, let's go inside, and I'll talk to the whoever is manning the station.
So, you guys come to to find the library. The main library here is a roughly 3-story building. Maybe I'm trying to think of a good way to kind of qualify how large it is. It's about the size of a standard it's it's just hard. It's hard to qualify the size. It's a medium-sized building. It's not massive by any means, but it is larger than most high school libraries. It's probably closer to a college library in size. And so as you guys kind of approach, there's no unlike the other one which you guys had been to, which had guards out front. This one does not seem to have any guards.
Assume it's just a public library.
Yeah, this is just a public. This is Essentia's public library, as it says out front of it. Currently, there seem to be it's essentially, you guys are here in early, or I guess it'd be late morning.
Yeah.
And so, there are actually teachers here with groups of kids, it's a field trip to the library sort of thing.
From these sections of books.
But yeah, that's you guys kind of walk by that as you enter here.
Ferritin's planning on helping Psyche first. Piper's just gonna go find a quiet table in a corner if they can. Not out of eyesight of the group, so they can see where they're setting up. And I said that they took their map with them because they're gonna use it. They're gonna. I want to see if the map directs me to anything in this building, because it's been over an hour since I adjusted it. I think.
You're probably
I did
right.
that last night.
Yeah. I don't know if that was Ferritin's plan, I guess.
If it is Ferritin's plan, that is what I'm gonna do.
Well, my plan, I'll just go over it.
Yeah.
On RP. Right. So is anyone at the front desk?
Yeah, there seems to be a young man that's maybe he's a human, probably you'd guess in his late 20s, kind of has thick rimmed glasses, kind of shaggy short brown hair.
Does he have a name tag?
Yeah. His name tag in like it's actually in it is in Elvish.
All right, cool.
Um
I'll really need to teach me that.
in Elvish it's his name is Aranil.
Alright. Gonna walk up. Good day, Mr. Aranil.
Good day. Welcome. Is there anything I can do for you in your group? Sorry,
Yes.
for all the
my
little
name-
kiddos.
My name is Dr. Ferriton Lightbrand, and I'm here with a couple of my students. They had some interest in schools of magic. If you could provide me with the directions towards the schools of magic section, maybe a primer on the schools of magic and more advanced books on particular schools of magic. What particular schools of magic would you actually? That would be better after you've read the primer. Well, if you could just direct us that way. And then I have a separate request
Sure.
as well.
So for schools of magic, it's on the 3rd floor. Since we have kids come in here a lot, we don't want kids to just kind of willy-nilly start looking at magic. Not that we don't allow them to access tomes on magic. It's rather we don't want them accessing potentially dangerous forms of magic before they understand the dangers of magic. And so it's on the 3rd floor. There's another librarian up there just to make sure that no kids get up there, but you'll be just fine to go past them. But there you will find in the back left corner from the stairwell, you'll find a lot of our books on magic.
Very well. And my separate request would be, would there be a section for particular sorcerer's bloodlines or just innate magical species?
That would be something I would have to consult my reference book for. So give me a moment.
Very well.
And he pulls out a massive fucking binder and just slams onto the table. Some of the kids that are nearby oh god.
If it's taking a bit, Piper would have gone and found a table to just sit down, waiting for them to.
Okay.
Like they're still within eye shot of the rest of the group. They're just.
Gotcha. It just takes a couple of minutes. He starts going through you just see him going through basically the name of every book. Just really quickly finding categories and then subcategories for each of the things.
What was that place called? I'm sorry. That fucking Fred and forget her name too. Where were they at? Because I remember you said and I didn't write it down like a doofus.
What?
Was it nothing?
What? What are you talking about?
When Fred had his conversation with the angel on his head. Where was that? I don't remember anymore.
Oh, when he where she was, where
Yeah.
they were the that was Judgment, which is just is the
Judgment.
name of a country that is
The name of a country?
yeah.
I thought the plane existed. I thought it was a
No.
plane.
No, that is the name of a country.
Neat.
Passing knowledge that you would know off the top of your head about Judgment, just so you are aware. Judgment is the country that is wrought with massive religious strife. The leaders of the country are essentially a religious oligarchy that anybody that does not want to follow the gods are too zealously are kind of subjected to and forced to follow the gods religiously or zealously. They are not. It's like there was in recent history, maybe just a little bit before. Some of you guys were born. Some of you guys were born after this. There was a small and a short war called the Brushburst Rebellion that took place there. That basically it was a bunch of the people of the country trying to be like, hey, we don't want to be under a religious oligarchy anymore, and they were like, ha, fuck you, no. And the rebellion was squashed by one of the oligarchs specifically. Supposedly the oligarchs of that country come from a specific bloodline that have like been that was blessed by the angel where was it one of the angels from history. Just so you, that is something that basically anybody here can know, because that's just something you probably learned in school.
Would I know it?
I mean, yeah. I mean, you've heard stories about it.
Okay. So I know we were talking about before. I didn't have really conventional schooling.
Yeah, but yeah, everybody here
I
would
didn't
have that.
conventional schooling either.
I say everybody but Psych here would have that knowledge.
Yeah.
No, I know. I'm just joking.
No, I know. I'm just, yeah. So, yeah, that's kind of what you get from that. But eventually, the guy keeps going through and finds there are 3 reference books on this that I can find that kind of relate to what you're talking about. There is a book, a reference of sorceress origins. There is a guide to the species of Renala, and then there is actually a guide written by, I believe, someone that was they've since passed, but they wrote it, and they actually were native to Essentia here. There is a reference guide to the species or to the peoples of the Astral Sea.
Very well. I would take all 3 of those
Yeah.
if you don't mind.
Here's he pulls out like a piece of paper and scribbles down like the reference numbers so you can go and find them.
Read the decimal system.
Yep.
All right.
And he'll hand
I will
that
do
off to you.
this. Thank you very much. Just gonna like look back to all of them, hands on hips, like, all right, students, let's go. Starts
All right.
waddling.
Piper will stand up from the table and
He's very
Whoa.
excited.
they'll walk up to Frederick and just mutter under their breath, "He's having a lot of fun with this."
He is in his home. He's in his home turf right now.
I'd say I blame him. It's kind of endearing.
I mean, that's how you are when you're on your boat.
I just said I can't really blame him.
Okay.
I follow Ferritin.
All right, so I'm gonna get obviously the 3 books that they've given me the locations for, right?
Yeah.
And then in the magical section, I am going to get just like a standard like primer on the schools of magic,
Sure.
and then I'm gonna get like 1 book for like basics for each of the schools as well.
Okay. Yeah.
That's a lot of books.
There's
So
a
I'm
yeah.
just gonna-
You've got a
You
stack
need-
of books.
Need
Yeah.
help carrying those?
If you could get, I have like a pile of like 9 books that I'm carrying right now. It's like if you could get like 4 of them from the top.
Yep,
Sekiro will
grab
like
those.
grab the books that pertain to him.
Yeah.
And I'm
It's
just
like
gonna set
7
them
of
up.
them.
I'm assuming that we have like the kind of like long tables.
Yes.
in
Yeah.
here.
Absolutely.
I'm just gonna set them up like, all right, it's like here. So this I recommend you start with this one right here, and then I'm just gonna stack like all of the like basic for each of the schools of magic right on top of each other. And then once you find a subject that interests you, I suggest you move over to one of the basic, you know, necromancy, evocation, abjuration, all of that.
I'm gonna take the 3 books that pertain to me and slide them to the other side of the table. Well, not like all far away, but like 3-4 seats away if it's a long table.
Sure.
And then take the map out of the container, open it up, and see if there's just anything else in here, like I was planning on doing before. That's important.
While I
Sure.
See if there's anything else that might
Well,
pertain that.
We'll get to that here in a second. What was?
Sakir is just gonna like pick up like the book on top. I assume it's the one, like the first one he should read. And just be like, while I'm briefing myself on this, would you pertain? Would you perhaps inquire about the books about avian biology and such?
Oh yes, I've completely forgot about that. I'll go back to the first floor. I assume those are more
Yeah. That's
subjects that will not be in here this section.
Yeah, a lot of the ones up here are more maybe not taboo.
It's like-
They're just not things that kids should read.
Magic, yeah.
That
Yeah.
is also a thing. Zakir will probably mention that you can get like the advanced books for
Yeah.
that shit, for like avian stuff.
These are probably like fucking the high school, college level like
Yeah.
books.
Yeah, and there is the librarian up here too. It's just this one is just like I said before or like the front desk guy said is like they're just kind of making sure no kid is up here like going through like I want to learn to cast firebolt and accidentally hit themselves like.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna
Well-
burn it in the library.
Very down.
While I search for the books for avians, Frederick, would you like to accompany me? Maybe you'll find something interesting in the way.
Yes, I did have something come up. I thought when we were coming back here, I would go ask around for a history book of a land.
Well, and I'm just gonna walk down and look for advanced bird's book.
There's like a small section actually about it because there are people that like love bird watching, and so there's like a bunch of books about that. So you can get like a small so a lot of them are more basic, but you can find like I would say even like 5 or 6 that are more advanced, and they're just from like different regions of like different places. Like, oh, these are mountain
I'll get
birds.
stuff
These
for
are
like avian biology in general, because I think that's what Sakir was looking for.
sure.
more,
Yeah, you can find.
right?
There's probably I'd say like 2 or 3 books on that.
All right.
A book about identifications would probably be useful too, but I don't think
So
it's, like,
another, yeah. So
should do
3 books on biology and then another one.
Oh, was
Okay.
book written by
What?
Keegan?
What's up?
A bird book written by Keegan.
Nice.
What?
Yeah. You can grab those. It doesn't take too long either if Frederick is looking for a book on judgment.
Yeah, go ask the front desk person again. Like, do you have any books about far off lands?
I mean, we have some history books on the second floor for the different countries, whether that's the ancient age of the area that would become Tisak, or Arbitra, or not Arbitra, Heberashia, or Zur, the ancient country of Zur. You can find all of that on the second floor in this section, and he'll like write it down so you can go and find it. Yeah. Lots of kids on the first floor now. But yeah, you can find that one of those books. So we'll go. Is there any books that Ferriton is looking for himself? Because then we can just go through like lore dump after lore dump.
Would there be any books on the ruins that we were going to go to, like after supposedly where
Flipping back to my first page of notes. The Yokani ruins. Yeah, I think. That's the one
we didn't
right?
we didn't like
The
pinpoint that it was in fact Yokani ruins. We did kind of like brush over the fact that it may have been Yokani, but we didn't really like set that in stone, I think. But yeah, those ruins, the ruins where Professor.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
Northwest of Citadel.
you
Yeah.
are able to,
sorry.
yeah.
Yeah.
You are able to find that. So it takes you maybe like 30 minutes of looking before you find the name of it, because you had never heard of the name of it. You hadn't found.
Yeah.
This is it is known by archaeologists as the Stone Temple of Ryanar.
How do you spell it?
Ryanar. Ryanar.
Okay, let me just go over here. Stone Temple, right?
Yep, the Stone Temple.
Stone Temple of, and spell that again for me, please.
Ryanar.
An
Ryanar.
Rhinar. Okay, cool. Got it.
And you don't find a book on it as much as you find a section on it in like a book regarding like ruins throughout Marin.
Okay.
So we'll go down the list. So the first person that got books would be Psyche. So you're looking through your books. Is there anything specifically you're kind of looking for here, or is this just kind of general information about the other schools of magic and how they work? Psyche.
Sorry. Getting distracted. Say the last part again.
Oh, you're
sorry.
good. Oh, you're good. I said, is there anything that Psyche is looking for in the books for the magic or the Blue Jays specifically? Anything that you don't already know that you would need me to that you're looking for an explanation on, I guess?
I guess I would probably be looking like into more in-depth like discussion of like instances of animation here like in Renala, because like you've said that I've briefly gone over stuff like that, and I understand that it's different, but I probably haven't like researched it too much because I wouldn't have had time.
Okay, yeah.
So
the differences between
probably-
necromancy here versus necromancy in
not necessarily the differences, obviously, but like I just want to look more into the differences I've identified.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Like, I guess I'm looking into how, because I assume part of of reanimation for necromancy here is like people have probably like reanimated like bodies
Mm-hmm.
and not skeletons.
Yeah. So
I guess I'm curious as to how like they got like muscle to move and shit like that.
Okay, yeah. So you get a mixture of different like things that you start to identify as you're looking through the book on necromancy. So one thing that they note here is that the soul is not present in in most forms of necromancy. Like at least here, it's not present unless it is conducted in a very specific way that captures the soul. That is to say, like, reanimating a body in the Shadowfell, or reanimating skeletons in the Shadowfell, typically they have the souls of the thing that they once were. So if you were to reanimate a human in the Shadowfell, or a human skeleton in the Shadowfell, they would have the soul of that thing that they once were. They may not be the same. Rather, it's pretty fucked up typically. Like, they don't remember a lot of things, but they still like can kind of exist. They also can't really like speak, because that's just something that a piece that doesn't. They lack the musculature and stuff to do that. But like, some of them can write. Most of the time it's somewhat incoherent. Maybe every so often you get one that is maybe not fully aware, but they're at least sentient or sapient, in that they can like make words and have meaning be behind them.
So, does that mean that, like, one of Saikir's, like, I guess, feats of researching necromancy would actually be, like, having some of his birds able to emulate, like, the sound that they would make?
Yeah, absolutely. That was definitely something that you were like an accomplishment of yours that was rather looked at rather fondly.
It probably is very basic and probably isn't foolproof for, like, speech patterns, but it can at least emulate, like, basic sounds at the very least.
Yeah, and that's definitely something that was unique to some of your work, that not every necromancer could. Rather, but here, no, like, outside of some very bad circumstances, souls are never present, and so, like, while they could make sound, it's typically very like base, very feral. So like, humans here do not have could not have the ability to be coherent in any way. That's just something that unless their soul had been captured and like put into the body again.
So what are some of the instances of that, of souls being captured? What happens in that scenario?
So what happens in that scenario is it's looked on rather harshly, because it does not let them rest in peace, right? And
That's fair. Saikir's not considering doing that. He's just curious about what happened when it happened.
No, totally. So like, and specific examples of that have included in the past individuals that have tried to achieve lichdom, which is like they wanted to live forever, and so they attempted to put their soul into something so that it would kind of stay, and like, whenever that has happened, it has almost always corrupted that soul, and essentially, like, they might still be themselves in some very superficial way, but it's like something more, like something takes over them, and they like, even people that might have been good but just wanted to live forever would almost always become like fully evil, maniacal, wanting, more life, more like more power, and maybe even feeling like a sense of like hunger, when trapped in when their soul was trapped in something so that their body could live. forever. So that's like pretty bad. it's led to lichdom basically becoming non-existent, or like whenever people try it, it's like it's really, people are generally consider it to be a very stupid idea, just because you're more than likely going to go crazy and become extremely murderous. So
Like, ignoring the moral implications of it, it's also just dumb.
yes, yeah. It's like, you wouldn't even be you fucking idiot. Like, come on. So there's that. Other instances have been people trying to bring somebody back to life and like having their soul captured. So, one instance of this that is remarked is a person, a wizard of a pretty, like, not like weak power, basically making an enchanted necklace for the love of his life, so that when the love of his life died, the soul was captured and brought into the necklace. And then he tried to reanimate like the body and heal it, but and then put the soul back in, but essentially it like it essentially gave her like severe dysphoria, like this isn't right, like, and she ended up going crazy as a side effect of that, and that was not like, it's just, yeah, it wasn't a great thing. Nobody could really understand how it's like her soul knew that she should have been dead, and so it just felt wrong, and that was kind of one of the other instances that you get that calls out to you as you're reading through.
After he reads that particular story, he will put down the book for a second, look at Loyalty, and just like mutter to Loyalty, "This is why we are thankful that Rayland lets us do this." And then we'll go back to whatever he's reading.
Gotcha.
Just like this is why we're thankful about this. This is why we're lucky.
Yeah, that's a lot of what you get as far as like the differences between things here and there. Musculature, like it talks a little bit like about how people have tried to do musculature. It's a lot of chemical processes, and when doing magic with that in mind, you have to kind of take that into account. And so rather than like puppeteering, using your magic to puppeteer a body, a skeleton, you are using magic to stimulate chemical processes that cause muscles to move in specific ways, is kind of the difference.
Well, this is probably the section where Sakir like keeps that page open, just like sets down that book on that page about that, and then opens up the fucking book about avian biology and starts sifting through like for stuff that he probably recognizes, mostly for Loyalty for Blue Jays.
Mm-hmm.
And he will just start like jotting stuff down.
Gotcha.
Like he'll like cross-reference it with the other book to like be like, so what is important to look for in this case?
Yeah, so when like none of the examples that you get in here are like really mention things about birds and flight, but you do get things where it talks about like you need to be able to use your like focus the necrotic energies to to stimulate certain parts of the muscle, and it's like, okay, that means that this will pull so that it contracts the muscle in a specific way, which
Like, you could probably infer what, like, could be applied to, like, bird-specific things like wings, though, right?
oh, absolutely, yeah. Especially with both of the reference books, and so you're able
He's
to kind
probably,
of
like,
get some
writing
of that.
down specifically what he needs to be thinking about.
Yeah, you're totally able to get some insights from this. Obviously, it doesn't like you don't have any concrete like for sure this is how you would do it yet, but you can definitely start to get ideas.
Yeah, this is just theory crafting.
Yeah.
What's up?
So uh
Sorry about that. I was
You're-
trying to tap back into mute.
you're good. Yeah, you're able to get a lot of that down. We'll go next to. I was gonna go. Lynn, are you good?
Me? Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
My mom was just like,
Totally fair. I just didn't want to like.
So yeah, I'm gonna Piper. If we're on me.
Yeah.
Piper opens. They make sure they have the stack of books sitting there. They also pull out their screaming, fucking. Sorry, people in my house yell. They're going to also take out their little, log, their little notebook, set it down next to the stack of books, pull out their map and unfold it, and before they focus on it, they close their eyes, take a deep breath, and just mutter, please, any new information, anything that can be helpful. If it's here, show it to me. And they'll open their eyes and focus in on this building.
Okay. So you see it in like it shows like the 3 floors of the building, and you can kind of see roughly where you are. Yeah, like yeah. So it's like so you can see the 3 floors, and you can see about where you're sitting, and then you just see like it just like gives you like a little dot right in front of you. Right in front of where you're sitting.
Great. Okay. They roll the map back up and put it away, put it on their belt, make sure that no one else is looking.
Mhm.
They're gonna stand up, walk over to the librarian's desk, and take one of their pens without saying anything.
They don't seem to mind.
Yeah. Walk over, open my notebook, and we're gonna start with the book on. Ferritin seemed pretty intent on the sorceress stuff, so I'm gonna trust him and start with that book.
Okay. Yeah. So you start like roll me an Arcana check. We could it'll either be it would either be an Arcana or just a not D20 plus your intelligence, which I imagine is the same thing.
It's exactly the same. So I'll just roll Arcana for the fun of it. That's pretty good. That's a 16.
Okay.
It's better than I expected.
You're going through this and you think it's totally possible that at some point, if you this book is explaining sort of the different possible sorceress origins. So like there are people that have been touched by aspects of the world. That could be something like they were touched by maybe something celestial. It could be something like they have sort of demonic blood somewhere in their past. Something like nature has kind of funneled through them, and so they have like the power of the storm.
I know that my abilities are arcane in nature, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Eventually you get to one where it's like you don't see any of these sorceress origins exactly aligning with you, like what you have. But that isn't to say it's not possible. In fact, like the writer of this book says, like there are indeed numerous others that I could not find enough information on to include within this book. But you think like a lot of the ways that these powers manifest do relate somewhat similarly to you, like your existence yourself. That like you could, if you think you could, if you wanted to take the time, you could eventually hone this into something like a sorcery, like a sorcerer, a sorcerer's power.
Okay.
But you would have to take time to train and focus and kind of, it's like flexing a muscle, you know, like it's like or working a muscle, like working out a muscle. You have to use it to build it up and to figure out what you can do with it. And so you think, yeah,
any information that I think could tie to me, or something that
nothing that specifically ties to you in
anything
this book.
Well, not
Oh, sorry.
anything that sounds vaguely not exactly the same, but vaguely similar, I'll jot down for later.
Yeah, there's definitely things like I was born with a person that's like I was born literally, like the storm, one of the people that this guy interviewed is like I was born literally able to project lightning, like and they have like literal there's a drawing of like a of like this guy's arm, and it literally just looks like lightning is going through his veins. And so it's like it looks sick as fuck, but like
Not
but
exactly
it's
the
not
same
exactly
thing,
the
though.
same, but
Like,
it is
the
a
lightning
visual
will-
difference that
It says the lightning like moves.
yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And mine looks like tattoos, so
Yeah.
definitely not.
But that is to say, like that was something he was born with that is different from, you know, the rest of his species. Yeah. Then there's the two other books, The People of Renala and then The People of the Astral Sea are the two other books.
I doubt I'll find anything from the Astral Sea book, so I'll start. The next one I'll do is the people of Renala.
So you start like going through, and not like it's a lot of species that you like. It's just species that you've read about before for the most part. Tieflings, humans. You do see a mention of Rystar in there, which you recognize just because you've heard your father talk about them before, and that is the origin of your blade.
Look down at my scimitar on my belt.
Talks a little bit about their culture and what's known about it. But otherwise it's kind of, you know, they don't, it's probably the shortest chapter in the entire book is the Rystar, just because not a lot is known about them. And definitely nobody has experimented to figure out like what are their full capabilities. But you don't find anything in there that really calls out to you either. Like under humans, like sure there are like humans of different abilities. Like there are people that come from the Pale, that live on like the Pale, that just kind of, they actually have warmer blood by nature. That's just something like it helps them stay warm in the cold weather of the pole, but nothing that qualifies them as their own distinct like subspecies. And you don't see anything in there that references any specific subspecies of human.
Right. At least the Astral Sea book.
So there's
The
a
last one.
so there's like a lot of the first things that come up in like there's the majority of the book is like the astral elves. You know, there's the plasmoids, the gith, the gif. I love that there's gith and gif.
GIF and the GIF.
There's the shard mind, the plasmoids. There are genasi of various types, including like some interesting subspecies of genasi you've not seen yet. There's ice and tempest genasis. That you've not really met any of those.
I'm sure I've mostly met water ones.
Yeah. You've just, I mean, even just in your last like couple of weeks, in both Moonhold and Marin in general, you've seen more. It's just like these are very rare subspecies of them. Then in the back there is like other kind of smaller kinds of elves, like elves that don't that aren't like the predominant, you know, species of elves from the Astral Sea, like sun elves, which is you know, I believe just because it was mentioned at one point by, I believe it was one of the only things Ronwin has mentioned when you met her brother, was that she's a part sun elf. And then you get to like the human section, and there's something there that you recognize that's like, oh, like you're like you turn the page, like while you're turning the page, your mind just kind of jumps at it, and you see what looks to be a portrait, an old portrait from of maybe like just a shot that a person like painted, but what you see is like what looks to be a very muscular man, kind of with his back turned, walking up a gangplank, and you see on his back not the exact tattoo, but a person, like almost the exact style of tattoo, and that just like it's you could not mistake it for something else. That is the like.
Piper just
yeah.
sets down the pen, and then says from their left hand, left-handed, reaches up, just kind of covers their mouth, eyes like just scanning this portrait.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any words?
At the bottom it is titled, at the bottom it is subtitled, so it's like it says what the photo is of. At the bottom it says, let me pull it up, give me a
Let
second.
me catch up on my notes, hold on.
At the bottom it says, pictured a portrait by, and then like the name of the artist, of a member of the recusant.
What's the name?
The recusant. Here, I will type that out in our chat.
The order of?
A member. They just says a member of the recusant.
Right. They pick up the pen and then quickly write that down.
That's just what you see on this page. Do you start reading the next page over?
I'm gonna mark this page and go back to the front. When was this book written?
You go back to the front of the book to see when it's written, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I marked the page I'm on, like, with the pen, like, put the pen in the page.
This book was written almost 1,500 years ago.
Okay. And then, yeah, seeing that, I'll go back to the
which
When
you
it
would
was
know is
really
like
cool.
not. It's about 500 years after the planar alignment with the astral sea, or it's
Okay.
600 years after the planar alignment with the astral sea. And now you go back and start reading the.
Yeah.
So
Sorry, I was writing down how long ago it was written. I had
There
to
you go.
squeeze it into the margins.
yeah,
This page
um,
is full. It's
so it starts talking about like what the humans were like on the astral sea. So the astral sea, it says, was an interesting home for the likes of humans, rather because it isn't clear when or if they had always been present on the astral sea, or if at some point there had been another alignment with the astral sea previously and they had come through then. But you do see it starts to talk about the recusant are, or not the recusant, the humans of the astral sea were noted for their tenacity, and were noted because they were the creators of the recusant. And then it briefly talks about what the recusant was. So the recusant were
trying to keep up.
yeah, totally fair. The recusant was called was basically a name for the Adventurers League of the Astral Sea. It is the equivalent of the Adventurers Guild. They were beholden to no one but one another. The members of that league were law and order when no one would patrol many of the smaller isles of the Astral Sea. They were mappers, vigilantes, and some of the most skilled mortals on the plane. That is kind of what is briefly detailed about what the Recusant are. It then notes almost no humans from the Astral Sea actually cross over during the planar alignment. Only a very small handful did. It was maybe the guess from the author of this was that maybe 100 total crossed the like basically like crossed the threshold into the natural plane and decided to stay. It's noted that almost none of them were recusant. Only a couple of recusant came, and those recusant have were not tracked when they came in, and so nobody knows where they've gone. What this does imply is because it mentions the isles, and that nobody would patrol the isles, the smaller isles of the Astral Sea. It does imply that the recusant were primarily operated ships throughout the sea.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Sorry, I want to react, but I'm trying to.
I can send you notes if you have questions later. Too.
I am literally on the last sentence. Yeah, they as I'm taking notes, they're taking notes, writing very, furtively as I'm assuming this is over multiple pages, so they're like turning and then writing down the important stuff.
So everybody at the table just like nothing, not a lot, and then pen to paper, pen to paper, pen to paper.
It was a moment like they paused for a second, set down the pen like and just like covered their mouth while like taking in the page, and it was probably like a minute before they, flipped to the front, looked at the date, flipped back, grabbed the pencil, and then started writing and like looking back and forth. Or not a pencil, but I take the pencil. They have a pen. Anyway, I'm done with my notes. Which means Piper's done with theirs as well. How long will I have been going through this?
That probably took you like an hour of that.
Okay.
To probably go through, yeah, you probably were skimming a lot until you got to this, I imagine.
Yeah. And then they were taking in literally every word once.
Yeah.
This is the most information they've ever got.
Yeah.
Once they've reached the end of the section on humans, they'll just close the book, put it back in the stack, bind their journal, put it back in their pocket. I'm assuming is where they had it. It's a small journal.
Sure.
And then they pull out the little cylinder that the map's in and just give it a kiss. That's it. I'm done.
Gotcha. We'll move next to Frederick in the book on judgment.
Open it up.
So, what are you just kind of skimming through it? Are you looking through like a full history here? What's your goal here?
I guess the history of the place would be a start, because then he wants to understand why is she there, and is he somehow going to be involved in that?
So I'll go
He
through
wants a baseline history of like, what's going on? Why is this important to my life?
Yeah. So this book is called The History of Pélene in Judgment. So before there was the country of Judgment, there was a country named Pélene. It was kind of like, it was democratic, and it was very much like people send representatives. It was like what Tasak is now, but on a smaller scale. It was really one of the earliest civilizations that existed that was not really run by either dragons or giants. And there was a massive surge of demonic activity in the region, and it was pretty bad for a long time, as it was unofficially titled the Infernal Wars, as people fought demons and devils, and 6 different individuals kind of came together at one point and went and kind of found the leader of these demons and devils and defeated them. There were 6 heroes. There was I don't know if you care about the names or not, but what's up?
Yeah.
There's Lucas Tal Aristra, and his sister Holly Tal Aristra. One of which was Lucas was a paladin of Kiri Jolith, and Holly was a druid of some kind. There was Kai Del, who was a bard, another individual named Tova Braun, who was a rogue, kind of more of a thief sort of thing, mainly, actually, even more so an assassin. there was a woman named Jocasta Qualia, who is known because she's really well known because she is the very first ever person to like she walked onto the battlefield with nothing but her tower shield and started beating people the fuck up with it. Uh, if you ever see a little kid like nowadays that like a little girl nowadays that has like a big shield, like as like let's say it's like she's gone and grabbed like a trash can, uh and like she's using that as a shield, she's probably mimicking that story.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh and then there was another individual named Filian Margon, and they were both wizard and swordsman. He was both wizards and swordsman.
Mhm.
They each have their nicknames. Going down from the list that I said, it's Lionheart, Wild Bear, the Illustrious, the Hidden Mist, Juggernaut, and the Blue Kind. And these individuals kind of came together and really wanted to stop this, and so they like it took them years of effort in kind of getting the people of Pauline to work together, but they did eventually. And at the time, there was a an angel from the astral alignment that was still around before the last archdemon Asaku killed the rest of them. This one was named Zephyrin, and he offered them the group his blessing. Peace kind of lasted in Pauline for a long while after that. And then several decades later, the children of these heroes kind of claimed that they retained the blessings of their parents. Once
Oh,
and the churches of the pantheon at the time were like, "Oh yeah, no, totally they did." And
I see the tyrants forming right now.
and the churches backed them, and the people loved the heroes of that era, and so it basically ushered in a new age of religion, and eventually the Senate of Pauline was dismantled in favor of the leadership from the six churches, and at their heads were the six children um, of the heroes.
Yeah.
It didn't take long before judgment was officially declared its main government. And centuries later, as the centuries progressed, they became more and more like, you better believe in what we believe, or we're not, or you're dead, basically, is a lot of what it came down to. And then in more recent history, that culminated in an attempted civil war with the Brushburst Rebellion that was swiftly brought to an end by the title for so the names of almost all of the judges throughout history are given, except for the individuals in the line of the Church of Kiri Jolith. All of those individuals take on the same name and forego their birth name. They do not. Nobody knows who they were before then, and they are simply known as the Knight Adjudicator. And the Knight Adjudicator is the individual that almost single-handedly stopped the Brushburst Rebellion. And that's kind of where recent history takes you to.
How do you spell adjudicator?
Here, I'll type it out.
I was gonna ask at the end of all this, like, I'm gonna need to shortcut these notes.
I already fucking.
Ditator.
I will post all of these in our chat. But
So just to quiz myself real quick, I think I lost it a little bit.
yeah,
I kind of lost the rebellion a little bit in my head.
what do you need to know about the rebellion?
Yeah, they reformed. They kicked out the old government. They put themselves in charge. What was the rebellion on?
The rebellion was more recent. The rebellion was a bunch of people that were sick and tired of the churches basically ruling over them. And when they tried to fight back, they actually took roughly a third of the country and actually killed one of the judges. Before the Night Adjudicator arrived and killed all of their leadership. And then the Night Adjudicator's forces arrived and killed most of the rest of the people from the Brushburst Rebellion. Anybody...
the Night Adjudicator is on the side of the current government.
Yes, the Night Adjudicator is on the side of the current government. The Night Adjudicator is specifically the name of the person that is the leader of the Church of Kirijolith. Supposedly a long descendant of one of the heroes.
And what was the name of the angel from the very beginning?
Here. A Zephyrin.
Yeah, I was not gonna type that correctly. Now Fred is like, so where do I play? Where do I play in this, and where does she play in this? I hope to God she's not on the wrong side of this, because this does not sound good. He is mumbling to himself, please don't strike me down.
She doesn't. You don't get any pained feelings or anything right now. And last,
We're talking shit about me.
and
Ferritin,
thunderous damage. And last but certainly not least, we'll go to Ferritin for his lore dump.
This has been a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of lore dumps. Pretty cool.
Love library trips in D&D.
Yeah. So you were looking for specifically the ruins, and you found the section on the Stone Temple of Ryanar. So a lot of what the Stone Temple of Ryanar, this is an archaeological analysis essentially, it basically remarks it starts off talking about like, hey, you probably shouldn't go here. Like, just as a warning.
Yeah, it's just like a warning.
It's like a tourist guide, and this place is like a big X over it. It starts to talk about some of the threats that were encountered by archaeologists that were attempting to kind of access the Greater Stone Temple, or the major parts of the Stone Temple. It mentions that there is some kind of rock automata that wander the halls of the temple. that even some of the more like several members of the Spire have gone and tried to kind of clear it out, but whenever they've done that and come back, some of those automata seem to have reappeared. It's not clear why. Other things, dangers, it mentions how like crumbling the ruins are. It is essentially in a like a temple built into a mountain. And this mountain is not, it's not safe anymore. Maybe it was at the time when the temple was created, but it is, in the inside there are collapses of tunnels that have happened. It's also pretty unclear how deep under the mountain it goes, so you could get lost eventually. And then it kind of goes into some speculation on what this temple was. So the name, the Stone Temple of Ryanar, Ryanar is the name of the individual that discovered this temple. They were never able to, like, there is no discernible text that exists within the temple that has been discovered, at least. Most of the internals that depict anything, they depict basically ancient myth of how this probably ancient religion believed the world was made. And it basically goes into like, it's not clear. This was according to dating. This structure was over 2,000 years older than the first structures created by the Astral Sea individuals that came from the Astral Sea, the immigrants that came from the Astral Sea. And so that would put it at around 4,000 years old, at least.
All right.
And it talks about like there are like basically not, they're essentially like replications of what some of the drawings inside of the temple look like. They're rather crude, probably done with some form of blunt, you'd guess like stake maybe that somebody was like hammering into a wall to try to carve out. Yeah. And it wasn't clean by any means. It wasn't, these people had not yet, didn't have the tools to create really ornate looking carvings, or they either didn't have the tools or they didn't have the skill set. It's not clear which. And the people here seem fairly certain that it wasn't degradation of like erosion or anything, because one of the chambers that they found in this was showed no signs of having ever had like liquid in it or water in it, and so it would not make sense that there was a lot of erosion. So that's a lot of what you get. It is believed that the myth of and you might even know a little bit about this myth, but it's believed that this might be the first time in history that the myth of the eclipsical appears.
That's what the carvings are depicting.
Yes, it's not like there's no confirmation that this is what it's depicting, but this is what this archaeologist speculates it's depicting.
Mm-hmm.
I believe I've even told you guys about this myth before that exists, but long before the age of countries and civilizations, there is a story. What might be the oldest story? Once there were not many divided realities, but a connected web of existence that could go on theoretically forever. That world, that disparate age, was riddled with chaos, conflict, and death. The aligned goals of both the demons and devils were tearing the world apart. An individual rose from the ashes of a devastated monarchy, and in their anger used unknown magic to tear the world asunder and force alike as existences into the planes we know today. It is said that the individual became an ethereal anchor, and the planes revolve around it to this day, and that's what created the idea of planar alignments. This individual and theoretical anchor became what is known as the eclipsical.
All right. So basically, it's this temple is one of the first depictions. Speculatively, it's the first depiction of that myth in history.
Yes, as far as people have been able to date ruins, certain things like the Atlor, which is like the ruins of the Giants civilization south of Zertran. That is another almost equally old civilization, but it's much more well documented, but they do not have any concept of this myth that exists, and you just know this because you've done so much archaeology that you would kind of have a passing idea of that. Neither do the ancient civilizations of dragons have any concept of this eclipsical.
Nothing that ties this to the Yokani in any way, right?
Nope.
That's just, yep. All right.
But you do understand
possibly,
why Hixlutari might have been
Yeah.
interested in this.
This is possibly a civilization that is even older than that. So cool. Interesting.
And with that lore dump, that 1 hour straight lore dump.
It is. We started at 4, ended at 5.
Yep. That's where we're gonna end it.
1 hour of me making Zoe talk, or just a raw hour.
Yep.
I don't know.
I'm loving
I tried to do some.
Yeah. But yeah.
This is like a revelation for Piper.
Yeah.
That's where we're gonna end it. And so thank you all so much for watching. And thanks again to my lovely cast members here for being
So
here.
much work during the second half of this.
No, that's us.
Yeah.
Wait.
Kim, thank you so much. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
We
I took a lot of notes that I will probably never need, but I took them anyway.
I took I took more for me, obviously, but I also took about 2.5 paragraphs for everyone else who was doing research. So for me, I took up 2 pages. That's what I was saying. I was taking so long to fucking keep up. Because all of it was important, Zoe. What the fuck?
This is what I strive to do. I've
I have 4.5 pages worth of notes for this session.
hell yeah, let's go.
I would have about that much if I didn't start writing notes for the lore dump that Piper found. So now I'm sitting at 6 for this session.
I'm glad I could give you guys some interesting shit. Alrighty. we'll see you all not next week, 2 weeks from now.
Without me, unfortunately.
The weekend, it'll be on the 21st. No,
No, it's the 18th is the
18th.
yeah, which I will not be here for.
Sad.
Mhm.
It's fine. At least Bronwyn's off doing her own shit at the
Yep.
moment.
Alrighty. Well, we'll come back to this then. Bye.
Bye.
Boy.
Bye-bye.
Hang out.